may be, I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I got to see if I can get the camera better. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept a bit. Gunner, cell phone just did a weird thing. So, but anyway, happy last day of the year. It's officially December 31st. And for whatever reason, I'm glad this year's done with. Hey, Chloe, how are you? So a lot of retrospection going on with folks, and there's nothing wrong with that. Uh, modem is sitting right behind me. A direct line, which is fiber optics, but now 3 times it has kicked me off just in the last 2 minutes. So it says I'm live. So we'll see. I don't know what's up. I was saying, happy end of, December 31st. Here we are. It's official and it's the end of the year. So what's up with that? Anyway, so there's been some strange goings on in the universe, call them synchronicities or whatever. There it goes again. Modem is like right back there. But anyway, this morning I was sort of normal and it was on, and I had recently watching, listening to some documentaries come out. Some of it is, it says it's for an hour and a half with Robert tonight and didn't have any issues. And now for some reason, I'm having reconnect issues. What? Um, Reconnecting me again, the universe might not want me to, make my confession, you know, and it's a weekend. Back now, my internet should not be fluctuating. I'm supposed to have, the best Wi Fi, and it just said reconnecting and I'm live again. Did I just sputter in on your end for some reason? So something that they woke me up. I might have to do this video over again. John was doing his remote viewing class and everything went black. Really? Here too, huh? Interesting. Well, I'm going to try to get this out. I might have to redo this video later, maybe with connections not being so blurred or something. I don't know. But anyway, they woke me up this morning. I've been here the whole time. So, but it has said that 4 times now that I have reconnected, which does not make sense on my end. Anyway, weird, right? Yes. So woke up this morning. My yes. Oh, that's what. Thank you very much. I've got on here to do a 20 after with everybody as a salute to the end of last year and a salute the new year. So I am ready. So woo woo. How about that one? Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? I forgot to say hi. Sorry, with the reconnection thing going on and all, I just what? I'm confused. So I'll just keep going and pausing every once in a while if it goes into the reconnect thing, and I apologize for any of that going on. 20. So I don't know what the documentary was, but it had to do with channeling. Oh, good. Thank you. So I don't know what the documentary was, but it was about channeling and New Age channeling and so forth like that. And they lit my spirit guides woke me up and said, "You got to listen to this." And I was like, "Okay." So with one eye open, and it was early morning. I remember that. So I'm listening along, and they're talking about this lady. And I got one eye open, and I'm watching. I can see the television, and she says that she had, yeah, one eye open, the one in the right there, which is interesting. But so she said, an angel came to visit me. Now I don't know the lady's name, okay? And she said, I was standing in my kitchen and this angel appeared to me and we had this conversation and his name's blah, blah, blah. And, and so she channels this entity or something similar. Anyway, because I was like, most of me was trying to stay asleep. But the other side of me was like, no, 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 you got to hear this. And I'm like, oh, okay, you know. So then they interview her, and then she goes into a trance of sorts. She channels the entity. It has like a British accent, and they ask her questions, sort of like they did with Edgar Casey and some other folks. And I'm listening, and what got me was when she was talking about being visited by the angel, I was like, there was something in her voice, there was something in her eyes that I believed her. Okay. So, but then when she was sitting in the chair and she went into this channeling syndrome where her voice changed in this British accent, and she starts, they ask her questions, and then she start answering them everything. But the answers that she gave on the subjects that I heard during this documentary, they were like, listen up, Hawkeye. And I was like, okay. She said some things verbatim that I have said here on this channel. I mean, verbatim. About spirituality and that you don't need a religion in order to be spiritual. And I was like, and so the commentator was like, you see, this is all New Age stuff. And so years ago, for those of you who have been around me long enough, I have kind of poo-pooed the New Age, some of this New Age stuff, right? So, and I have not been a big fan of people who, for whatever reason, they go into this channeling thing, because I've grown up around a lot of Pentecostals who talk in, in blah, 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 blah. There's always somebody in the church who has to, be the interpreter for this. No, 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 no. If you're receiving information from the universe, you don't need an interpreter. So anybody that's doing some kind of something that an interpreter is necessary, sorry, you're in the wrong realm. And this is how I know, because the confirmation this morning. So they talk about this other lady that I think was in the UK. I'm not sure. I don't know what the time span was, but they were talking to her and she was like, yes, I've been visited by, spirit guides, and my spirit guide is such and such. And she goes into this trance thing and they're asking her questions. And there's some kind of accent change with her to channel this entity. And the things that this person said was, again, repeated other things about spirituality and stuff that was exactly, almost word for word, what I have said here on this channel especially in the last 2 years. What? And I'm not listening to these people. I mean, I listen to other channels and things, not channelers, but to other channels and other podcasts and stuff. I try to stay open. But like I said, one of the things that is always, I've always kind of been real careful with folks who claim to be channeling. Now, here's the thing. That's exactly what I'm doing, which is one of those things that I have been trying to understand myself. But I don't have to go into a trance to do it. I didn't know that I was channeling, honestly. I mean, I got my spirit guides and we have our conversations, and I pull cards and so forth, but I was not paying attention because, I don't consider myself a channeler. I don't, because I'm not going in any kind of trance or anything like that. And I'm not doing what it seems like all these, I'm sorry, got to use the word, these new agers who are going into these trances. Okay. So, but for everyone in this documentary this morning, then they interviewed this guy, right? And so they repeated things that I have said, like I said, almost exactly word for word. And right now I'm freaked out about it. Because it's like, I know I've been listening to the cosmos. I know in my shaman journey that on the road I have been listening and paying attention. Yep, I do listen and hear and speak to the spirit. But I think sometimes, the way I see my spirit guides, and it's sometimes like they got their feet up, they're playing gin rummy up there, listening to my conversations. And if I get a little out of line or they want to add something, they'll holler at me or let me know, or they'll help me choose the cards or whatever. But it's more than one spirit guide, and for me at least, it might be two or three of them sitting there. They're playing gin rummy and listening to me run my mouth, and they have kicked my ass when I've got stuff wrong, and like this morning, they woke me up. They woke me up to listen to this documentary. And so I have to make some apologies in there. Shame on me for poo-pooing these new age channelers, because the ones that they showed in this documentary were 100% on the mark, in my humble opinion. And I regret not having heard them before, because I guess I would have went, huh? What are they talking about? And so I still, in my own mind, not all are real though. These three that they interviewed for this document were right on the money. Now, they might not have been 100% on the money with everything that they talked about, but they gave them a fair shake at, giving an explanation. And I wish I could remember their names. I'm gonna try to see. I got to go back through my Tubi stuff, to see what I watched and see if it shows up, and then I'll be able to tell you which documentary. But it's on Tubi, okay? And Tubi's free with with commercials. But they shocked me to death this morning, my spirit guides, because I'm like, I've never had to go into a trance with you fellas, or ladies, that I have learned to just accept that they're there all the time, you know. And so I was talking with Elder Barry earlier today on the phone, and I was like, Barry, I said, I'm kind of concerned about this in that I want to understand it, you know. And so what I'm understanding is that in my shaman journey in becoming a shaman, I have somehow inadvertently learned how to connect to the spirit all the time. And that my conscious and subconscious, because I have been practicing this for a bunch of years now. So now I feel like have just began to understand it, which is like, it happens, I talk to my guys and folks up there, and it is just what it is. But oh, holy crap, I'm actually channeling. What? Yeah, Hawkeye, you've been channeling this whole time. What? Yeah, you just haven't gone into any kind of trance or anything. What? So I have become that which I sort of poo-pooed, by listening to these other channelers. I'm like, oh my God. Now, in my humble opinion, the three that was in this documentary, what I listened to, they're 100%, and so they're 100% in that. I believe also that what they're trying to say and convey to the population is true and from their heart, and also accurate with the stuff that they, I've been getting for years now. My visit with Mother Mary, how can I prove that to anybody? I can't, but they showed up and pointed a finger at me and said, get busy, and so I've gotten more busier since then. Well, I'm not sure it's exactly the same. From what I heard from these folks today, it was. It was. Now, I've listened to some other people, and that's sort of where the next part of this conversation is going, in that over the years, I have listened to a lot of people, and a lot of people have given me inspiration to do what I'm doing. And I've listened to some people who aren't on anything anymore. They have just kind of disappeared. And this one lady, she redhead, she was, very, very Irish in a lot of ways, and the old ways. And she had conversations with Mother Mary a lot. And I got messages from my Mother Mary source, and they were like, nope, it ain't Mother Mary. She's too busy. She's channeling a good spirit, but it ain't Mother Mary. But she keeps saying it is. And I was like, well, okay, I'm just kind of wondering, that, she can do a live stream for 2 hours and Mother Mary's sitting with her and having coffee kind of thing. And I'm like, the entity of Mother Mary is really freaking busy. How can she claim that she's sitting there having coffee with her for 2 hours? And, so I question that, because of what, the essence that I've gotten. And it's that, Dave, here you are. I see you. You showed up in the room. You proved to me again, after all those years when I saw her when I was 10 to now, you still exist. You still want me to do this. Yes. And so, but messages that I've gotten since then is that I'm too busy to be, if these people are claiming that it's me, it ain't me, because I'm too damn busy to be showing up to all these places. And yeah, I can be in 2 places at one time, but we're talking about billions of Catholics who are praying to me, and, got to be careful with that. So, but anyway, with that said, it doesn't mean that you can't have a message from Mother Mary. It's that some of these folks are just overdoing it. Like several people, their guardian angels, there's Gabriel. Everything is Gabriel. Everything is Gabriel. And this particular one and this and that. My folks don't, I've never asked for their names because it doesn't matter. And I think it's foolish in that maybe the name that they give me, none of us know who it is anyway. So I'm not going to make up a name for my spirit guides or my guardian angels. but I do know that they're there. And I know they got names, and it just ain't none of my business, you know. Um, but at the same time, I always thought people who gave their angels names, somehow it just seemed fake. So I had decided, me and the gang had decided no names, but they're there, you know. And so many of you, any of you who've watched me over the years, you may have noticed that, you know, whatever my guides have been telling me, they've been pretty damn accurate, you know, and me being the messenger, me being the hawk, and also the owl, because they're my two totems. Um, you know, ooh, he's got owl totem. Yes, I do, you know. And it doesn't, I'm not here to deceive, but I am here as owl to find out who is doing the deceiving. So my feathers as owl are like, who's telling the lies out there? And as my job as hawk, as Hawkeye, is to look for those things, and owl helps me to see the deception. So, but the people that they had interviewed for this documentary, I had never heard of before. So I feel better in that respect. But there are several people that I have watched over the years. Good morning, Katniss. Wonder what she's doing all the time. Yeah, she's busy, you know. Yeah, but for to just sit down and have coffee for 2 hours on a live stream, I'm sorry. And my message came back through my side going, she don't have time for that shit. She's busy. She is really busy, you know. And so, but anyway, that was just one of them things. And I really liked this lady. And then all of a sudden she just sort of disappeared off the YouTube and disappeared. And it was like, well, now that was weird. For whatever reason, you know, she was on all the time, and then she just wasn't anywhere on YouTube or anything. Just, you know, I'll be back and I'm going to do this thing. And then there was nothing else. There was a couple other people who were doing some similar things, and they're not on the air anymore, anywhere that I've been able to find. So I'm like, there were some folks from the inner earth that used to do a thing and some channeling of this entity, and they're not around anymore. So it's like there have been a lot of people that I have been willing, yes, people can be cruel, maybe too much backlash. I'm not sure. And I think here, to that point about backlash, I think that there was some backlash in that some of these people were just bold-faced lying. I mean, they were just lying, you know, and that make just making shit up, you know. And there's a little bit of basis, at least for what I talk about, you know. And there are, you know, basic things with you know, Native Americans and, you know, other cultures and ancient this and that, you know. And although I can't share the screen about stuff, we've had conversations relating across the board with all kinds of stuff, right? And so the proof is actually out there. I don't have to show it on my screen to say that, you know, hey, watch, you all watch this video and see what happens, you know, or listen to this person and see what happens, you know. So, you know, hopefully in the new year, I will be able to share some screens and stuff, and maybe even have some folks on for, you know, a one-on-one kind of interview conversation. But with some of the stuff that's going on, though, um, I have to make my apologies to some of the folks that I don't even know, okay, for my point of view in some of these folks who were channelers, okay, because some of them were dead on the money, just dead on the money. And they weren't folks who were looking for clicks, okay? They weren't folks who were looking for notoriety. Okay. That was one of the things, I guess it was sort of the criteria for this. And I was like, but I was very much impressed that just because they spoke in a different tone of voice or dialect, you could understand them clearly, and the answers asked and given right on the money, just right on. I was so surprised, and they were like, "See, not all channelers are bad." Now, I've never said that. Hey, Steve, how you doing? But I have said that, anybody that allows an entity in them, to speak through them and to change their voice and everything, you know, have just always been subject to the, is it real or is it Memorex? And I guess I'm in a way I'm being a little snooty. Unfortunately, I don't mean to be this way. That's why I'm doing this confessional thing right now, because it was early this morning that it happened, and I want to say I'm sorry to the universe, like right away. I'm sorry that I felt this way towards some of these folks. Now, I didn't know these people that they interviewed in this documentary. But in general, I'm like, well, people that let these folks into their thing and do this thing, I don't know. They're allowing these spirits to like overtake them. I just have chit chats with mine. They don't overtake I don't have to go into a trance or anything. And nobody's got to ask me questions. And so I'm not your typical channeler if that's what I'm doing, you know? So, but my folks are going, yes, you are. You're a channeler, believe it or not. But I am absolutely different. And that's my shaman journey. It can be real, but not for sure. I'd like the spirit to enter me. Yeah. See, I'm years ago, I had a walk in. I was so pathetic and a drunk and so forth. I had a walk in because at the time I was like, I'm never going to get over this. And my spirit guides were so fed up with me because they knew I had to get my ass up, that my journey was not over, and I was trying my best to not, I didn't want this. I did not want this. You hear me? I did not want to become a new age channeler. And that's exactly what I am. I have become a new age channeler. I love you. I love you all. I do. But that's what I've become. And that was not on my agenda. It wasn't. It wasn't on my agenda to become a shaman, but I was practicing things and so forth for a long time. And that was more inevitable for me to just become a medicine man in some way with herbs and spices and a sweat lodge or two. But to become a channeler, it wasn't on my list. It still isn't. But so in this understanding of things, I have been working on. I can absolutely raise my hand and say, yes, I've been working on this for a lot of years. And it's the opening of a third eye, you know? And so I was chatting with a friend of mine and I said, the third eye, I said, anytime you have worked on if you've worked on a vehicle and you reach your hand down around a motor or transmission or something, or whatever you're working on, and you can feel it, but you can't see it. But then in your mind's eye, if you've been a mechanic long enough, in your mind's eye, you can see that nut and that bolt, and it's a 3/4 and you need an end wrench, and so you can see it in your head, but you don't see it. Well, how does that happen at your third eye? I've talked about this before, but now folks are talking about opening up their third eye. And I keep trying to explain to folks that if you do something without thinking about it, like crocheting and you don't have to look, you're actually utilizing your third eye. Oh no, that's not true. That's not true. Hey, Scotty boy, how are Travis? How are you? Good to see you all on this last day of the year. But so with discussing this though, it's like, wait a minute. So that you are using your third eye. Well, no, I'm not. And that's not really what it is. Well, then, okay, then what the hell is it for you? Not trying to be ugly, but, you know, if you close your eyes and try to visualize or something, but if you're working with your hands and you can see that nut and bolt or whatever it is that you're working on, or you're crocheting or whatever you're doing, and you don't think about it, but you do that, you're utilizing it. You're utilizing your extra sensories, your extra senses. Okay. And so I've been happening everywhere. So with this, if folks will slow down a little bit and stop and think, not just about what I say, but what other folks are trying to explain. Now, some other folks, in my humble opinion, are saying that you can't get there from here. And I want to say, oh yeah, you can. Me, I'm going to try to give you a positive. Oh, well, it takes a lot to develop your third eye. Not really. If you keep listening to folks who preach to you that it's hard and difficult, don't listen to them. Okay. Shame on them. That's one of them new ager things that I will absolutely get behind and go, now don't listen. If they're, oh, it's so hard to do and you can't access it and you need this, that, and the other thing. No, you don't. No, you don't. You need to start closing your eyes and accepting that, try to find something like get around in your room with your eyes closed and the lights off. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, because then you're going to be using your third eye and your other extra senses in order to get around the room without bumping into stuff. Oh, well, that's stupid. No, it ain't. Because they taught us, and they still teach this in some areas, how do blind people get around? They use their third eye. They use their extra senses. Because I've worked with blind people. I have asked them, how do you get around without bumping into shit? And they were like, well, and I can kind of feel it, and it's like, okay. So, understanding that and having practiced it myself over the many years of me being 71, um, I've had practice, and I have practiced on purpose, you know, not just in, well, it's dark outside. I get it. No, 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 no. So, but there are folks, and I've talked about this before. They did it with young children about the age of 10 or 12, and they put blindfolds on this one girl, and she could walk around the class, see things on the blackboard, answer stuff. They tried to trick her, and she could always see it with her third eye. With the mask over her eyes and her eyes closed, she could still participate all day long in the classroom and outside on the playground and stuff. And they were like, see, this is how you do it. This is how you develop your third eye capabilities. And I've talked about this before, but going into this new year, there is a lot of discussion about people developing their extrasensory perceptions. So, what would that be? That would kind of sort of be your third eye. Well, what does your third eye do? Well, it might help you to, if you're into, with Max and everybody, it might be that that third eye opening helps you to see off in the distance thing. But I can never think of the word. But anyway, remote viewing. Okay. Thank you, whoever put that out there. So, as a remote viewer, now I've tried, and I think that for whatever reason, I am wired differently. You know, I've had a lot of acid and mushrooms, you know, as I've discussed. And I think that in a way I've seen too much, so that when I close my eyes and use my third eye and try to remote view, I'm all over the board. I think I'm picking up other people. I think I'm picking up stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. And I just have been all over the place. So I don't consider myself very good in this group form. But I can tell you that my spirit folks send me on spirit ventures, okay, and show me insights to things. And sometimes I discuss them with y'all, and sometimes I don't. But I keep an eye on them anyway. And sometimes they have come too true and they freak me out, you know. Like this, listening to this documentary this morning about other people who channel. And I'm like, I have been arguing with my folks up yonder that I'm channeling at all. And that's a bold-faced lie. I am channeling these folks. I just don't go into any kind of trances or anything. There's no names involved. It's just me being connected to the universe. So, in my humble opinion, I feel like, yeah, if you've got your spirit guide and you have, you know, your daily conversations, or you know, you're going about your daily chores, and sometimes you get a little input from, you know, from the universe, you know, and if it's your spirit guides who are yakking at you, well then, I mean this, good for you. You know, I had no idea until recent experiences and my, you know, my recent um, card pulling for everybody, just how danged accurate I can be with pulling cards for folks. And it humbles me to no end. It really does. It humbles me. When I get done, I just like, I can't believe that that went on. Remote viewing is fun at times, but can be scary. Yeah. And I know that I can do it because I have remote viewed in the past, when especially doing an experiment with a person, and we were right on the money, and I could I could when I would go to where I was going, I would always find a clock, and so was less than 2 or 3 minutes off every single time we did our experiment. So there was somebody at the other end of the remote view who could collaborate that I was there and that I could see what was there. So she was working at a radio station and changing the tapes. And I'd walk in and look at the clock, and it'd be 10 minutes till, 5 minutes till, 2 minutes till, whatever it was. And I could say the next day, I said, I saw you at 2 minutes till, and you were changing tapes on the number one machine on the right, on the top machine, because there was 3 layers of these large. Hey, Richard, there were 3 different machines, and you put these great big reel to reels on them, and they played music continuously. It was easy listening music, orchestra, and that kind of stuff. But anyway, so so I could corroborate whether or not she was actually doing what she was doing by talking to her the next day or so, you know, face to face, or when I got to the radio station and was there to relieve her. So she'd be like, Dave, you know, but I could see when you came to the window over there, and it was about 5 minutes till. And I said, yeah, I said, it was about 3 minutes till when I looked at, found the clock. And I said, and you were putting the reels on the top right down there. And she goes, yep, that's where I was at, you know. And so she could corroborate with me where she was and at what time. And we were accurate for every experiment we tried, we were accurate 100% of the time. So I know that remote viewing can work. I know that you can remote view. And especially if you've got somebody on the other end who can corroborate whether or not you remote viewed where they're at or what's going on, no particular subject, mind you, just to prove that you had seen a room or had been inside the room, or at some point you could say, well, I saw something on the counter on the right. There was a glass full of milk. Okay. And then they say later on, yeah, there was a glass full of milk on that table. You're right. So how'd you know that? Well, I was there in the room. That's how I can tell. That's remote viewing. But at the same time, you sort of use your astral projection abilities. Okay. So that's using the quantum field. All right. That means you're out there dancing around along with the AI in the quantum field. Okay. So is that possible? Yep. Now, I would say for folks, this is my 10 cents worth on this. Now, if you can find somebody that will work the other end, okay, what I mean is that you want to see if you can remote view or if you can astral project to someplace, then find somebody who's willing to work the other end. In other words, you say, like for me and Barry, for example, I haven't asked this, we haven't discussed it, but just as an example, I say, oh, hey, Barry, I want to see if I can remote view your house. Now, I've seen a couple of pictures, but I don't really know what his place looks like, really. So, but I can kind of sort of guess by the conversations we've had. So, but I would like to say that let me see if I can remote view your house. I would like to see if I can still do what I did 30, 40 years ago and see if I can astral project myself to your house and just look around and see what's going on. And then later on, we'll talk and we'll see how accurate I am or if I'm accurate at all, right? So haven't done it yet because well, there's just been some strange goings on for both of us, but that's my example. I guess I'm just confident in that I used to be able to do it. I don't know if I need to prove that I can still do it. So that's one of them things for me. Let's remote view my house. Strange, but I try to wait. I didn't get all that. Well, I don't know, but my point is that it has helped me in the past with what I have done. I'm strangely not tired when how does that even work? That's a weird thought to see with your eyes what's not in front of you. It is strange. For me, there's like, I can see a third dimension or a fourth dimension out in front of my eyes sometimes. It's almost like one of them things you'd see on the new Star Trek where they're like clear paths and they go like this and do stuff like this. And, it's a strange feeling. It's a straight, and I've been doing it for years. But other people are like, oh, well, what's that? Or what? Anyway, so what helped me with when Miss Thela and I used to do the thing, I worked at the radio station. So I say, intimate with my surroundings. All right. So I knew what the front room looked like. I knew what the back, I could literally walk in the back door, up aisle, to the right, to the left, or whatever to get into the control room. So I would do these steps in my head, like I've explained to other folks, sit in a chair and then get up and then walk to the door and plan this in your head and then go sit back down and then get up with your spirit body and walk the same way. And so that's how I practiced to project into the radio station where we both worked. So it helped me a lot. I did it with another person but I knew their house, you know, and I could go and check their house, and I'd call them up and see if they'd be okay. And they'd say, well, and I would always say, I had a dream and that such and such. How'd you know that? Well, yeah, I kind of went over to check on them. Well, Katniss, if you need to go to sleep, God bless you, and cosmic hugs, and Happy New Year to you. And we hope you do well, sleep well. But so with this understanding of that, wait a minute, how am I talking to my folks all the time? How does that connection work? And it's sort of like just having been in somebody's house, so if I close my eyes and I want to check out how they're doing, and I envision what their living room looks like, and I'm sitting on the couch and looking around the room going, everything look okay. And I'm just thinking, I am trying to imagine it. Okay, that is true. But I'm just trying to imagine, what does it look like now for real? Not imagining what it could look like or what it looks like for Christmas, or no, I'm trying to imagine what my friend's house looks like now. So, and I'm sitting on the couch, and I've sat on the couch before. So it's easy for me to sit on the couch with my eyes closed and my third eye open and scan the room with, what I wonder what's going on, right? So that's a sort of a form of remote viewing, although I don't consider myself as a remote viewer, if that makes any damn sense at all, because it doesn't to me. It's just something that I've learned how to do, and I've been doing it for years, but I feel like that's why I'm not successful, like working with Max and the remote viewing in that aspect. And I don't know why, So, but anyway, so being connected to your spirit guides, can you do it all the time? And the answer is yeah. But, like I stated earlier, a half hour, 45 minutes ago, I have to apologize to those folks who have gone into trances and not spoken tongues, just spoke in another accent, I guess the spirit is to delineate who they are versus who the spirit is. But I've not had to have anybody to prompt me. I always sit in the same place. I fired my guides years ago. You speak light language? I don't know what it is they speak, but I know that I can trust these folk. A couple of years ago, there was some entities that were trying to get in my business, and I talked about it back then, where I just had to. I told them all to go to hell for a while, and until I started hearing my folks, and I could prove that it was my folk, and they proved it to me, like things like finding the antlers and stuff, and I could trust what I was hearing again, and so I went through a traumatic experience with it, and they were like, some bitch, how did this happen on their end? How did this other entity get in here and get on the same frequency and feed me bad information? What the hell? So from their standpoint, on their end, not a good thing, when I'm supposed to be, talking about the right stuff, right? And always being truthful and honest and always. So, but in the documentary, and listening to these other folks about how they was like, well, many of these things have come true, and people have, the fact that there's things in the Bible that say, if there are a bunch of people who are trying to lead you away from the Bible, then these people are heretical and they're speaking, antichrist and all these kinds of stuff, and that it could be that the devil's talking. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So the documentary was kind of using the Bible to say that any of us who might be channelers might be channeling the devil. So, but these people that they interviewed in the documentary, they weren't speaking the devil. They weren't speaking in tongues. They were speaking clearly and decisively. And I mean, to the point without a bunch of blah, blah, blah. But they were speaking with not a dialect. I keep wanting to say a dialect, and that's not true. With an accent, to delineate the between them as a person. And see, I'm just too crazy so I can talk about it either way without having to use an accent. Oi, matey, they're trying to tell me that we're all going to have a fantastic 24. And does that help? Does that help tell the story? I don't know, but anyway, I gotta say, I'm really sorry for those folks that I have not ever listened to, but may have indicated that folks who later found them in something in the middle of the river one year. But anyway, so my apologies. And I did not know that I have become a new age channeler, in that, and the universe speaks to me, and this is what it says. And this is what Mother Mary has said to me. She told me when I was 10 or 12 that they were going to call me a heretic, that the words that I would be talking about would be heresy, and that, I should be, put on the cross, and, and because I would be speaking. But, she warned me about this when I was 11 or 12. And I think that was one of the reasons why I didn't want to accept what I'm doing now. And when they showed up in my house here a few years back, it was like, I'm here. Don't forget, I'm here to remind you. I said I'd show up. And when I did, and so all of that has transpired since then. But I have been called a heretic. And I have been called some names, especially in talking about the Catholic Church and stuff, and about some other things, And so it's like, but I was warned ahead of time that this was going to happen. So I can't prove any of that to anybody else. And what the hell does it mean? It means to me that they didn't lie to me. That's what it means. It means those entities that appeared to me and discussed these things with me 50 years ago didn't lie to me. Actually, almost 60 years ago, but that they didn't lie to me. They told me the truth, and that these things have happened. These things with the Vatican, that I've talked about. There are other things coming out about the Vatican that's just going to freak people out, having nothing to do with religion, but having everything to do with religion, because they have lied to all of these religious people, these all of these folks who have bowed their head in the name of Jesus Christ in the Catholic Church. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry for these people who are really gonna just get sideswiped. But so one of the things that I see for 2024, all right, and I've seen it in the cards, and it's that you and me and I said this last night or the night before or whatever. I've said this a couple of times here recently, that if we uplift ourselves and uplift a friend or a neighbor or a colleague or just somebody, and we lift them up also, that the two of us are adding to the collective. And the more people that we uplift with our spirits, our knowledge, joking, our attitudes, and the more that we are uplifting, we lift other people up. And as we lift other people up, we lift up all of humanity. I keep thinking that it's not about changing humanity and like we're going to sit down and pray for humanity. Well, okay, there's really nothing wrong with that. But by simply being uplifting ourselves and just the thinking about uplifting another person, you know, talking about, Barry, I'm going to think uplifting thoughts because he and I want to get together and go fishing sometime. But in order to do that, both of us have to, because we're old um, and handicapped, but so that to uplift our spirits. Hey buddy, we're going to get together one of these days. But if we say nah, it'll never happen or what, no, 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 so I keep saying to him and he keeps saying to me, one of these days, dude, we're going to make this happen. We're going to keep uplifting each other. So but in lifting each other up, not that we're trying to be a crutch or whatever, but we also hope together and separately, but together because being separate is still together. But anyway, that we're hoping that we can uplift other people. He's in the chat most of the time, and we're always trying to be uplifting to folks and be positive in ways and to pass that along to others. So it is our goal with our soul, that we wish this energy to help in the universe. So, but anyway, so with that, though, so that the more of us think uplifting thoughts without having any kind of special prayers, simply by the fact that we wish to uplift folks, just, hey, I'm going to take a deep breath and right there is going to help to uplift all of humanity. I'm going to clean out Barry's pond. But anyway, so, I want to take him fishing somewhere else. But his pond, okay, but no, I want to go fishing somewhere else. If I'm going to go all the way to Missouri and to Arkansas, we're going to go fishing in a bigger pond. Okay, no offense, Barry. Well, I can practice casting in your pond, but I want to go real fishing. But anyway, so in this, it's almost 20 after again. Barry and I have talked about you and us getting together. Yeah, it would be great. I mean, if I could get to where Barry is, you should be able to get there, from where you're at, Steve. Yeah, I have thought about that. And I'm not done yet. I've been working on the lights on the boat. And I was talking with a buddy of mine the other day, and I said, I have bitched about not having my brakes done on the rear end of my truck. And I got to admit that a lot of it up to this point has been my fault. And I am going to save up a little extra money. I got some bills I got to pay. But I want to get save up a little extra money here in the next couple months and make arrangements with my other mechanic friends. He owes me a favor. So I'm get him out here and say, okay, my biggest issue is I won't know what size brake pads they are until I take the damn wheel off. And when I take the wheel off, that's going to be it. And I ain't going to be able to go back on because I know the things are worn. So, and I'm being stuck out here in the country. It's like I pull the wheel off and I think it's a 9-inch and they're 10-inch. well, the brake drums have to be turned and going to have a ride to town and all that kind of stuff. So I just, after the first of the year, I need to put that high on my priority and to get my rear brakes done. So, because that's one of the things that's limiting me from wanting to go on a long trip. The other thing is my front end needs work on it, and I've got the parts, but I haven't put them on. And I keep coming up with an excuse because it's redoing the ball joints. You know, I've got the tools, I've got the parts, and I just am chicken. So I need to get my buddy who owes me that favor and say, all you got to do is sit here. You know, maybe hand me a wrench once in a while, but you know, you need to come out so I won't feel like a chicken shit. But anyway, so those are the two items on my truck I want done because everything else I have repaired or replaced. So, but you know, and that in my head is like, well, I can't go until I get this stuff done, you know. And so, but anyway, quit using it as an excuse, you know, is my new mantra. You know, you've used this as an excuse long enough, Dave, you know, you're right. So, only about 5 hours. He's about 20 hours from me. A little bit farther. It's gonna take an overnighter. I'm gonna have to stop somewhere and go camping with Duggar because he's coming with me, you know. And so one of the things is that, you know, I don't want to go too soon, like now, in that we're in winter time, but would like to be able to do it, you know, by the end of spring and the first of summer. That would be really nice. But I'll take it in the summertime, don't get me wrong. But, you know, that's sort of what I was kind of sort of planning. It's 20 after. Well, at 71 years old and being on, you know, being on welfare, being on Social Security, which is like welfare, you know, oh, I got a $50 raise this year. Wait, no, $30 raise. Sorry. Oh boy, I'm just kicking it, ain't I? But I have learned to live within my income. So that's, you know, I can't do anything extra special. I can save up a little here and there. And I was lucky to make sure that all my um, tags and titles and everything and my you know, property tax was done and everything. So I made it through another year and I don't owe it. Well, I do owe the hospital and a couple of doctors. But I mean, basically, I paid all my other normal things, and that's a good thing. You know, next will be to try to pay some of these doctors in the hospital off. But hopefully, I won't have any more heart attack issues or none of that shit this year. And what I've spent already, I'll be able to pay off these folks. So, you know, I'm not trying to get um I'm not trying to get by with paying these bills, but when you're on limited income, you damn sure have to be careful, you know, and to pay each one as you could actually afford it, you know. But anyway, enough of that. So, but you know, I feel positive about that this year. I'm not trying to, you know, sound bitchy or anything. It's just stuff I got to do, you know. Thank you, Richard. God bless you too. So, you know, but I'm not worried about it. I just like this is what I got to. This is what I got looking forward to in 24, and I'm not scared. It's not bothering me or anything like that. It's just what's coming up, right? So, you know, here's a 20. I can't stay with you long tonight. But I wanted to get on here with this particular subject about the channeling thing and go, you know, I really have to reconsider some of the things that I've been saying about channelers. And just because I don't go into some other, you know, accent, or that I have to go into a trance, uh, you know, it doesn't make what they do any better or worse. But it's strange for me to say, you know, I kind of poo-pooed these new age channelers back in the day, and I was like, you know, all these folks, you know, they're talking to, you know, and they're saying they're talking to Gabriel all the time and Mother Mary, and I'm like, oh God. And I'd listen to some of these folks with an open mind and try to have an open heart, and my folks would just go, no, don't listen. And I'd go, but they're talking about, don't listen. And I would like, but you know, and they would go, nope. And I'd go, well, okay. And then I'd listen again. It's like our, you know, our dear friend, you know, Wayne. And my guys are going, please don't, you know. And I'm like, yeah, but I want to listen. No, please don't. And yeah, but please don't, you know, like, okay. And I know there are many of you out there who, you know, listen and are attentive and so forth. And it's okie dokie. But when I have tried, my folks go, please don't. No, they will actually make me ill. You know, I mean, they will literally make me ill. And so there have been folks in the past where I've tried to listen to just to like keep up, and I just literally get ill. My stomach will get upset, and I'm like, but I just want to see what they got to say. And whatever they're saying is such that it literally upsets my stomach and I can't listen anymore. So even to try to find out what they're up to, you know, these folks with an open mind and an open heart, you know, and it's just like, I can't, this people, wait a minute, but they're talking about, you know, and I'm like, well, click, got to get away. And I have absolutely felt bad about that because spiritually, I'm wondering, am I being snobbish? And my spirit guides are saying, no, we're trying to tell you that's enough of that. You know, don't waste your time listening anymore to that crap. Well, they're trying to talk about a something. Yeah, and they're like, just don't, just stay away from there. For whatever reason, they want me to stay away from certain topics when I'm trying to listen, you know, out of the norm. They, yeah. But there are many things that I have listened to recently that is out of the norm. They're like they have encouraged, like waking me up this morning to listen to this documentary. I'm still blown away. I'm still having trouble. I'm sitting here talking to y'all going, I am blown away by what this documentary did this morning and the fact that they woke me up to listen to it. So they have reintroduced me to the fact that we woke you up to listen to this documentary because guess what, Dave? Guess what, Hawkeye? You have been channeling us now for quite some time. And in doing so, I have also been correct because for every one of the three or four that they interviewed for the documentary, what they discussed and what I have been discussing, I'm telling you, it wasn't just generally, it was word for word. I was like, wait, I have made that exact same statement, word for word. Wait a minute. It wasn't just that they were talking on the same subjects, they were talking word. It's like they repeated what I said or I repeated what they said, and I've never heard of these people, right? So, but in the quantum, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's freaking me out. In the quantum of things, we have all been told the same thing. So it's like, so I guess maybe this documentary was my spirit guide's way of saying, see, we told you. You see, the stuff that we've been telling you, all of these other folks can corroborate your story, Hawkeye. What? Yeah, this lady over in the UK and what she talked about, she's talked about the same thing you have, which means she has corroborated your story. What? By her saying what she said, and by you have already said what I've said, she's corroborating your story. She's corroborating the information that we gave you on a separate channel, or maybe it was on the same channel. I'm not sure. That's sort of what I'm trying to understand. So I've gotten this information from somewhere, right? So I'm getting it from the quantum, spirit guide folks, angel beings, okie doke. Once in a while, I get some Mother Mary essence with a special message, which hasn't come recently. But actually, her message is, like I said on Robert's show tonight, you know, women, I stand up for you women, but if for anybody who has a daughter who's in some kind of female type of athletics and some wimpy teenage boy wants to swim or wrestle or whatever, don't participate. You know, oh, this boy's going to be a girl and he's going to swim or whatever with y'all. Don't participate. Just show them all. Screw them. Yeah, I know you want to swim. I know you want to be a this or a that or a track star. But if there's going to be a boy that they say has to compete with you, don't compete. Don't demean yourself. So I'm going to continue to stand up for this in the future, you know. But, you know, Zigzag was in total agreement with me, and so are a lot of other people. I stand up for the women, and women stand up and say no to this bullshit. No, these boys cannot participate with women just because they say they're a girl. No, 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 no. Stop it before it goes any further. So 2024, you know, that's one of my mantras. I'm not going to shut up about it. But I hope that women stand up. The more that women stand up, the more the men will stand up, and I'll work on the guys. Guys, stand up, you know, and tell these women no. You know, that, I mean, tell these women to stand up and say no, is what I mean. But anyway, back to the channeling thing. So, well, in my humble opinion, you see, the quantum is really vibrating high about that subject. 100%. I did that for over 40 years. What? I missed that. Hey, Amber, how are you? I have to keep my mouth shut or I'm crucified. Not always, but sometimes. Yeah, but Amber, I'll back you up. You know, we got to say no to this mess. Oh, all of these trans have rights. Okay, but they should compete in a trans competition. Not, no. Sorry. It's like I've said, you know, no offense to my granddaughter, but she does, you know, she's gay, but she doesn't try to compete in any men's sports. I mean, you know, no. So the most of the gay friends and neighbors that I've had over the years, no, they have not tried to compete in the other's, you know, category or whatever. No, because they know it's wrong. They can compete amongst yourselves, but no, it's wrong. So even gay folks are like, no, they think it's wrong with this transgender stuff. So we all need to hurt some feelings without being nasty, but we just need to say no to this stuff. No, 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 it's just wrong. If you whether you have a ding-a-ling or get that some bitch cut off, no, 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 it's wrong. So, but anyway, but moving right along. So with channeling, there are some folks that I have listened to recently that I think, therefore I am. I think that, oh, that's a good one. Oh, I got to interrupt myself. I think, therefore I am. There are some folks out there who are doing the I am God thing, and that you are all gods and goddesses. And I do agree with this, that folks have taken it too far. And we are made in the image and likeness of God, or possibly God's plural. So, but in that, they're like, well, I'm a god. I can do what I want. No, 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 no. Hey, how you doing? Hola, right back at you, Freeman. But in this God goddess thing, because I try not to use the term, but I think it's one of these inner earth things that these folk, you are all gods and goddesses, and you need to understand. And it's like, but folks, we're taking that shit too far. In that we are all spiritual beings. We all have the spirit essence in us. We are all part of the quantum equation. And in that, we are like God, okay? Because we are spirit beings. But does it mean that you or me can create a sun or a planet out of nothing? No, 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 no. So folks have taken this idea of God and goddess thing way too much. Well, I'm a god, I'm a goddess. Calm down, calm down. We are spirit beings. Yes, but I'm a god. Okay, calm down. No, I'm a goddess and you should worship me. Oh, shut the fuck up. You have missed the point. Please. You've missed the point. So there are still folks who are talking the God goddess thing. Please back off of that a little bit. Oh, but we're gods and goddesses, and everybody needs to understand that. And it's like, but people don't understand what you're trying to get across to them, because in their minds, they're thinking, they're a god, that they can literally like spout lightning out their fingertips and stuff. And you need to cut that shit out. You need to back it up and use angel or spirit or something. But using the word gods and goddesses, and it's in a way it's almost sacrilegious, but I don't believe in a god anyway. So, but I believe in the creator, and I absolutely believe, in the Christ consciousness. And I absolutely believe in the great spirit and the creator and the goddess. Yes, the goddess who helped create all of this thing. Only a mother could do this. Hey, Richard, good night or good morning. I pray y'all have a wonderful, you too, buddy. And it's good to see you again. And be safe and happy New Year to you. Because we're like, 24 hours. But so with this understanding of stuff, though, I realized that I have become a new age preacher without even knowing it, because I'm just trying to stay in the on the shaman path. I'm literally trying to study and have studied the Native American Red Road, being on the Red Road. What does that mean? And now all of a sudden, I realize I've been channeling all along. Ooh, I have become a New Age channeler. Oh. So am I right? You know, and looking at my stuff and looking back over, going, well, am I right? Is this true? Well, I'm somewhere along the line, I'm speaking some of the things like the Rosicrucians used to preach, and some of these other folks before Jesus came along, kind of thing. I'm trying to think of the word in my head won't work it. Um, but so not the Anastasi. No, does it start with an A? Sort of agnostics, but anyway. But so with this, you know, that the spirit is always with us. We always have the ability because because we do have the spirit within us. Because if you, whether you believe it or not, we do have a soul. And because of that, we are always connected. And it's up to us to accept or receive, as you always hear me talking about. I wish you had a panel because what? Yeah, I wish I could put a panel together too. But with this said though, with the understanding though that every time I go back into this, and every time that, and then I hear like some of these folks that were on this documentary today, the same exact words. I was like, oh my God. You would swear that I had listened and recorded these people, or they had listened to me. I think they said it before I did. So, you know, they spoke it into the universe first from their channeling. I'm assuming first, okay? But since the three ladies appeared in my house, which is 10 or 15 years ago, I have had incoming messages from the big giant head. That's a joke. Um, but you know, in that it's added up to what these folks were channeling. Now, just ain't that peculiar, or ain't that a coincidence? And I'm not trying to prove that I'm right or wrong or good or bad, but in y'all being my friends and showing up, this is sort of what's happened. I didn't even know it. You know, unbeknownst to me, I've turned into a new age channeler and just trying to follow my shaman duties. Ain't that peculiar? So I'm going to have an, oh, hi, Amber. Are you still on? Oh, hey, Amber. Good. So I don't know what to make of this. Okay. Just here I am. Here's a situation. And I'm like, well, okay. But Lord have mercy. I did not know I was headed in this direction, you know? And shame on me for putting some of these folks down. But now to the point what I was discussing earlier, some of these people needed to be put down. They were not selling the same. They were actually selling stuff, literally selling stuff. Here's my T-shirts and me and Mother Mary and blah blah blah, and this is what I'm preaching. And it's like, okay, you got to make a living, but you know, I've never asked for a dime, but I have received gifts. I've never asked anybody to like or share, and they were all about that, you know, because it was about the numbers. Of course, they did have some good messages, but at the same time, they were selling stuff. And I don't mean just t shirts, I mean, they were selling stuff. There was a little something on the side. And well, my God, just saying, and I'd go, what? You should have stayed with your original statement. Why did there was 10% you added to the end of your story that just made no fucking sense? And you should have left it off. I was good until you got right there, and then it was like, oh man, why'd you have to ruin it? You know? And so several people that I have listened to, unfortunately, it's come to that. Like really good stuff, really good stuff. Oh shit. Nah. You know, no. And well, there's some good stuff towards the end, and the conclusion not so bad. But in some of the truth, there was just lies. I mean, just lies. No, you don't have to do that. You know, uh 67, I'm mostly what? Life is good, but life really is what you make it. I mean, I've been through a lot of pain this year. I, you know, I I volunteered for it, but a lot of other stuff and going in the hospital with my heart attacks and stuff, um, I am really, I'm really pumped up for this for 24. I'm really anxious to get at it. I'm really want to go on some adventures. I really want to go to Elderberries, and I really want to meet up with Steve. I really do, and so I'm pumped up. I'm gonna get her done somehow, and but some folks are like, well, I don't know. The economy's going to be so bad. Well, so just learn to, you know, um, learn to get by on some similar things. Like, if I want to go out there to see Barry and I want to make it out there, well, I'm not, and I'm a little low on funds. I'm going to make sure that there's enough gas in my gas tank, but I'm going to make me a bologna sandwich and with some cheese, and Duggar's gonna have his stuff, and we're gonna sit on the front seat of the truck and have a little picnic. I'm not gonna stop at Cracker Barrel and spend $30 on a meal every time I get hungry. No, I'm gonna open me a can of pork and beans and dig right in, and I'm gonna be satisfied with having a little bit of something like eating like a hobo, and being able to get there and say, the money that I would have spent on eating, I'm going to put in my gas tank. How am I going to get out there to be able to see Barry? That's how I'm going to do it, you know. And I'm good with a can of pork and beans and a bologna sandwich. Well, maybe ham or something, but to the point, you know. And me and Duggar will get by. But some people are like, well, if I'm going to go on a trip, we got to eat at such and such, and I got to have a such and such, and they've spent $50 to $100 just in eating. I know because one of the last times I went on a trip like that, I said I'll pay for everything, but it was 40-50 bucks for the two of us to eat every time, and we was eating 2 or 3 times a day, eating out, which it was vacation. I said let's splurge, and I had the money, but at the same time, it was that much money. So I was spending at least $50 a day for the two of us to eat 2 meals, and we weren't splurging, but that's what it cost us. And and it was upwards to 75. So, and plus with tip and everything, so, you spend 4 days like that, that's 350 bucks, in 4 days, just eating, you know. Now it was good for the restaurant where we went, and it was really good food there in Arkansas. But at the same time, if I was going out there and I had to pinch pennies, I'd been eating a bologna sandwich and some pork and beans, I'd be eating out of a can. I could eat for $5 a day. And well, I'd throw it in there, Duggar's going to cost me a couple of dollars a day to feed him. But with that said, though, so for less than $10 a day, I can feed me and Duggar, where it was 35, 40, $50 a day at least. So, there are ways to do things, But some people in their minds, well, I don't know how I'm going to get by, and I don't know what such and such. And well, instead of staying in a $150 motel, we're going to camp somewhere, and it might cost us 25 or $30, or maybe even less, depending on where I can find a place to stay. Because we don't need electricity and everything. It'd be nice to have a place to go take a dump. But other than that, we don't have to have running water or nothing, you know, just a place to pitch our tent for the night and build a little fire and we're good, right? So, but for other folks, they can't do that. But for me and Duggar, we can, you know, and that's how you get along. That's how my brother and I made it all the way out to the West Coast because we camped along the way. We had to stay in a couple of motels too, but in that said, that life, you have the opportunity to go out and spend $20 for lunch, or you can pack a lunch, you know. To this day, it's cheaper to pack a lunch. It just is. So, well, I don't know. I'd really like to have it. Well, okay, but can you afford that every day? And for people, well, I'm thinking of somebody right now. They just got married. Okay. She wanted a wedding dress and they rented this place because it was for weddings and everything. And it rained all day last Saturday, right? And nobody came. And they paid $1,000 rental on this building for 4 hours, $250 an hour. And they had a minimum of $1,000 to rent this place. Her dress cost $900. And so they got married. They spent over 19, almost $2,500 just on the dress and the room and a little bit of, reception. And then they complained because they didn't have any money to buy gifts for their 2 children. What? Oh, we're broke. But you just spent $2,500 on getting married. Yeah, we know. You mean you couldn't have got married and rented a smaller venue that would have only cost a couple of $100 maybe? But you spent $1,000 because it was a wedding chapel kind of place. What? Oh yeah, them dresses are expensive. Yeah, and it was like, well, she's up. He had never been married, but she's already been married and divorced. But she didn't dress up on her first marriage, and so they wanted to do the whole thing. You could have still had a nice dress. You could have still had a nice wedding, but $1,000 for 4 hours? Oh, well, that's what it costs. Yeah, but I could have found a really nice place for you. You could have rented a hall from a church that really could have used the money and for a couple of $100 and had all the whatever you needed, and you could have rented it for the whole day. But no, they had to do it this way. They had to, because it had to be special like this. It's got to be this chapel. It's got to be this thing. I've got to have this dress. It can't be a $200 dress. I can't rent one. Oh no, got to have a, full blown $900 plus dress and the train, you know what I mean? Holy crap in the bag. And then it rained and nobody showed up. But what was really stupid was the fact that they got on Facebook and everything, bitching and complaining because they were broke and they couldn't buy their children anything for Christmas. And I literally have known this child since she was like 12, and I want to slap her, like, what the fudge? What? You went to all this trouble, okay, well, then just shut up about not having any money. But to bitch about, oh, well, we don't have anything, and it's been really hard on us. Well, where'd you get the money to do that then? You know. So, but anyway, so dealing with folks like that, all right, and the fact that there are folks like that, and unfortunately, I know them, and I'm like, what? You I sent money to the one grandchild that I've known Annabelle since she was born, okay? And her mama's the one that got married. She's the one that didn't have any money to get any Christmas presents. So when Nana was over here helping me out, I slipped Nana $20. I said, listen, I said, buy Annabelle something for Christmas. I said, she knows me. She called up the other day and wanted to talk to Duggar because Duggar is her dog and she used to come and visit him every once in a while. But now that she's in school, she hasn't had a chance to see, Uncle Dave and to come see Duggar. And so I asked Dan, I said, here's $20. I don't know what, but buy something for Annabelle for Christmas. She goes, what do you want it to come from, Santa Claus or whatever? I said, it doesn't really matter. You can tell her it's from me. She knows who I am, and just tell her this is from Uncle Dave and Merry Christmas, Find something that, that she likes or might need. So, but anyway, she called up the other day and, I was talking to her and telling her how Duggar was doing and everything, and Duggar was sitting here wagging his tail because he could hear her. And I was like, one of these days, Miss Annabelle will get together and Duggar and we can all play again, that kind of thing. So, the child's 6 years old, right? But her mother and father, adopted father kind of thing, they didn't have enough to buy her Christmas presents because the wedding was more important. I'm not even related, and I wanted her to have something for Christmas. And thank goodness I had $20 I could slide. And it was like, I don't know, I'm going to have to ask Nana what she got her for with that $20. And just, I don't care if it was clothes or she took her out to eat. I don't care. I was just curious, what she got her for a Christmas present. But knowing that her mama didn't buy her anything, that's just, it hurts my heart because I know her mama and I've known her mama since her mama was like 12, and for her mama to grow up to be the way she's acting now hurts my feelings, you know. It really hurts my feelings. And she said, well, Uncle Dave, well, I wanted, I'm like, that's just no excuse. I'm sorry. But Uncle Dave, I'm sorry, but that's no excuse. Well, we really wanted, yeah, you can really want it all day long, but you can also rein that shit in, you know. Well, that's what it costs these days. And you could have done better. You just could have. $1,000 for the rental. You could have done better. There's a lot of I'm sorry, you could have done, but that's what we wanted. That's the deal. Selfish, narcissistic, and selfish. And young folks today, God dog it, they're really bad about that sort of thing. Ain't got a pot to piss in, but they'll spend $2,500 on a wedding that they don't have. That they don't have the money and will do it anyway, or project it on other people, or just like, so I think I'm glad I'm 71 because I'd hate to see what this next other generation is going to be like. You know, if these folks are acting this way now, you know, and they're not even really grown up yet, holy crap, what are they going to be like? We're going to just have to, slap the immortal crap out of them to get these folks to do right, act right, or something. What? how have this generation of folks become so selfish? I mean, really selfish. Was having a conversation, other folks talking to me about my son. And I was like, well, he knows where I live. He knows what my phone number is. He can visit me anytime he wants to, but he chooses not to. He chooses not to speak to any of his family on my side because he's married into this snobby woman, who's, well, we can't. Okay, that's the way you've made your choices, and it's up to you, to change your mind or whatever. But even my Aunt Shirley was like, his wife is really kind of snooty, isn't she? And I was like, for my Aunt Shirley to say something like that, yeah. And was like, well, it's really a shame because Samuel was such a nice guy. And was like, yeah, he can be mad at me, but he doesn't have to be mad with the rest of the family. And he is, and that's just being childish. At 50 years old, he's playing this thing, and it's like when other people are trying to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and all this, and he snubs them all. Well, they didn't do anything to him. So, the fact that he's snubbing other people because he doesn't feel that they're good enough for him to reply to. No, 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 no. you know, well, yes, he's my son, but no, I didn't raise him that way. He just ended up that way. He's a Gemini and he's either this one or this one. And right now he's this one over here. He has become, as an only child for a while, his mother put it into him, that taught him to be selfish. I didn't, but he learned how to be selfish. And if it wasn't Carhartt, if it wasn't it had to be a $50 pair of jeans or it wasn't worth nothing. He couldn't wear a $10 pair of jeans that I bought him. He had to have a $50 or $60 pair of jeans that his mother bought him. And because she threw away clothes that I bought him one time. I spent all the money I had to buy him school clothes. And then she called me up a week later and said, I can't believe that you bought him such trashy clothes. And I was like, what? They came from J.C. Penney's. What do you mean they're trashy clothes? Oh, well, I had to throw away all those clothes and buy him new jeans and shirts. And I'm like, what? And then she dunned me and said, well, you owe for and I said, I just spent $90 on clothes and you threw them away. And now but anyway, narcissistic. I'm talking about my son. Narcissistic and petty and, and self-centered, and what a shame. And so was hoping that, things would change over the years, but they haven't. If anything, they've gotten worse. So that's still a shame. Same thing with my daughter. Thought she was coming along pretty good there, and she'd rather go fishing than to come see me in the hospital with a heart attack. So, yeah. So, I still love them, but, I do not condone. I did not raise them that way. I tried, even as little as I've had over the years. I've always worked, and sometimes two jobs, but when you're only making minimum wage and trying to make a way in life, it's really difficult. So, they both felt like I didn't do enough for them. Well, I'm sorry, but my house is paid for now. It's been paid for quite a while. There's 18 and a half acres that's paid for. I've offered, come visit, come stay, build a house. You don't have to pay anything, right? It's already paid for. And you've got a river in the backyard, and we've got all these other things. And you could, be with me, and we could go on adventures together. And, it's not just the land, but oh no, but sorry about that. I really don't love you like that, you know. We just live 15 miles up the road, but no, my place is too nasty. It's made out of recycled barn wood. And oh my God, Samuel, how could you grow up like that? Um, you know, so it's like, okie doke. So folks have to come up with their own opinions of things. And no matter what I think about it, no matter how much I still love my son and my daughter and would love to see my grandson, you know, um, it is what it is, but I didn't create this, you know, but I do have to put up with it and live with it. So, but how do I stir up the universe? Am I pissed off? Do I? No, because I have to try to be uplifting and go, I hope that one of these days that the universe will lift them up and maybe slap his wife to quit being such a snob. But at the same time, he needs to quit being such a snob too. And hope that my grandson is not a snob. But I hear through the grapevine that he is a lovely person and that he's very polite and a very lovely young man and so forth. So good on him. you know, Thank God you don't take after your mother and father. So and maybe one of these days my grandson will, drive himself down the driveway because I'm in the phone book. But anyway, so enough of that. But in channeling the universe, so things like that are in the quantum, you know. So and for me, I'm just trying to not upset the apple cart there, but send positive energy to my grandson. I'm sending positive energy to my son. I'm trying to not send energy to his wife because I can't be honest and say it would be good. So, but I can promise to not send any bad. Okay. Can I send any good energy towards her? No. Can I not send any bad energy? Yeah. You know, I'll agree to that, but I can't be sure that if you say, well, send her some good thoughts. I don't think so. I don't think so because she had brainwashed my son and possibly my grandson. So it's like, no, but I won't send her any bad energy. I won't curse her or cuss her as much as I would like to. But the universe says, no, we can't go there. So but I'm just gonna hope and pray that the universe can uplift these folks and things will change before I pass away. We'll see. But I've learned at this point too is that I can't personally change it because they have made their decisions. So be careful with the decisions that you make. Are you sure you want to make that decision? And here's the thing. If you make a decision about something and learn a little ways down the line that you messed up, well then change it. I have backed up and tried to change. Well, I have changed a lot, but I've been back to folks and I have told them point blank, if I have harmed you in any way, shape, or form, please tell me. How can I make it right? If there's and I have settled a lot of things with a lot of people over the years, but certain folks will not settle with me. I can't help that. So, for all of us, if we make the effort, if we have harmed someone, and there have been some folks who claimed that I harmed them with words or actions or something, and not physically, but, hurt their feelings. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. So tell me about it. Well, in having the conversation, come to find out that it was all a mistake. They mistook what happened and they were like, but I thought you meant such and such. No, Well, I thought you meant, no, that's not how I felt. I don't feel that way now, but I will apologize anyway. If that's how it seemed, if that's how I portrayed myself, I'm sorry. You mean you didn't really mean blah, blah, blah? No, I didn't mean that. This other person said I said that, and you believed them over me. And all I could do was get mad about it. I didn't say that. Who told you I said that? And then all of a sudden, then you got defensive, and that was that. So then, but after sitting down with some folks and going, listen, I don't know why you're still mad at me. Can we sit down and will you tell me what I did wrong? Because I don't want to, be mad. And when, like I said, after the conversation and things happened, it was like that was a big mistake. And I obviously I obviously came across too strong or something at a particular time, and they were very vulnerable at the time, and I was confused as to what was going on, and somebody else was speaking on my behalf, and it was wrong. They had no right to be able to speak for me, and what they said was a lie. So, but with that, once we cleared it up, everything was groovy. Friends again, and sorry that we had, we had gone that length of time with these ill feelings, but it was mostly on their part, and but they were at least willing to discuss it. So I've patched up things with folks over the years, but when some folks just don't want to, we just got to live with it. We just got to work around it. But I will say this, we can't bitch to the universe. That don't work. It sets up the wrong vibration. If I want them to come around, I can't be bitching to the universe, because then they're going to, if they're perceptive at all, which my son is, whether he believes it or not, there's like, well, I don't want to fix this, because there's a bad vibration out there. And he would be right. So I can't put any vibration out there. And because then if somebody was to say, well, how do you feel about this? Well, you can't feel anything because I'm not sending anything. If I were sending tension into the universe over it, well, then they could possibly pick that up. So if I don't send anything, then there's nothing to pick up. You follow me? So, but going back to the subject of the god and goddesses, okay? Yeah, because my folks want me to go back to that. We are all angels, and we can leave it there, okay? Are we gods and goddesses and all? We are all angels, my friends. We are all energy beings. Yes. And is that like the Creator? Yes. And are we like the Great Spirit? Yes, because we are all spirits. That's what unites us. Are we gods and goddesses? Careful how you use that, right? But there are folks that have literally gone bat crap cray cray over the gods and goddesses. Unfortunately, I've seen more women go overboard with the goddess thing. They have just pushed men aside. Well, I'm a goddess and you should worship me. And I'm like, listen, I've been married several times. And every time one of those women that I married, tried to shove me down the stairs, and embezzled $2,000 of my personal account, ruined my credit, Oh yeah, she was a goddess, all right. A goddess from hell. But this god goddess thing, some of these women have taken it too far. I'm just saying, and they don't deserve to be called a goddess because of the way they treat other people, not just men, but even other women. And well, I'm a goddess, and you bet, and so, well, I'm a goddess too. Well, no, you're not as good a goddess as I am, and being nitpicky and primpy, and oh my God, that ain't it. Y'all miss the point. Y'all missed the boat on that one. So, there are those folks who are still preaching that God and goddesses. I'm losing track of days, dreaming of last decade. Being female doesn't make you a goddess. No, just because you're a guy doesn't mean you're a god either, But there were more women who got on the goddess train than there were men who got on the God train. If you know, if yeah, there were 10 to 1. There were 10 women to every one guy who claimed that he was a god. There were 10 women who were claiming to be goddesses, and against the one guy that claimed to be a god. Yeah, and it is about the divine. And choosing the Eagle card tonight, earlier, it was like, the connection to the divine goes both ways. And, we gotta stop with the pettiness. We're male, and you have to have both in order to have the divine. The overall great big giant divine in the sky is both male and female. It's in the cards. It's in the universe. It's part of the yin and yang. And these folks just won't accept it. And if this is new age hooey that I'm spewing, then okie dokie. But that's it. It absolutely is true in the universe. In my shaman walk, that's what keeps showing up. We gotta have both. Is it new age, lunky? Well, maybe. But it is absolutely what the shamans teach. It's absolutely what the creator teaches, and it's what common sense teaches most of the time. Oh, well, I don't know about those men. Well, I don't know about them goddamn women, because I just had an experience with somebody here this last week. And it was like, these damn women trying to hurt me, and all I did was blah, blah, blah. And then, but I'm supposed to put up with their, being mean to me. But if I was to be mean back to them in any way, shape, or form, I'd be arrested. But she can whoop on me or treat me bad and throw things. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I've had a couple of wives like that too, that took advantage of them. You're going to do what I say, boy, and blah, blah, blah. And, and me being mealy mouth and not wanting to hurt them back. Of course, I divorced them both, but at the time, here are these women who are like, you're going to do what I say, and I can hurt you if I want to, because you can't hurt me back. And like, you're right. You're right. In so many cases, you can't slap them back, even though you've got scratch marks and you've got, your face is red where you got hit, and she tried to run you over with the car. That's what happened with me. At least that one time. It's like, but if I try to report that, I'm the guy that's in the wrong. So I know I've been there, done that, seen that. So this idea of women being goddesses don't bark for me. But at the same time, I will stand up for a woman if she's trying to be a woman. If she's trying to be a woman, I'm behind her 105%, 110%. I will stand up. I will fight for you. But if you're going to be a bitch about it, nuh-uh. No, sorry, you're going to be a bitch about it? Did you hear what I just said? If you're going to be a no, sorry. Like the woman who comes up and says, well, you better help me. Whoa, wait. I said I'd volunteer to help you if you needed. Well, you better help me. I'm a woman. You better help me. Really? Well, you go on. I'll catch up with you later. Well, you better help me, boy. Yeah, okay. Here, let me light this cigarette and think about it, But you better help me. All right. I'm still gonna smoke this cigarette and think about it. So then there's the woman who won't ask for help, but clearly needs it. Volunteer, don't even have to ask me. But I will say, I would like to help you if you will accept my help. Now, I have done that a couple of times here and saved one woman, in my humble opinion, from freezing to death one night. And when I brought her here with no ill intentions, let her go upstairs, stay for a day or two, and then she just left the back door open with the heater on, and it was 25 degrees outside. I was pissed. Okay. So she come back 2 or 3 days later, didn't call me, didn't send a note or anything, just showed up. So, I mean, she had left some of her stuff here. So I was like, so I volunteered to get her out of the cold because it was really cold that year. And I felt bad because I had been that cold on the side of the road before. And she obviously didn't have a place to stay. Now, it was her fault, but so I offered, and then it turned out to a couple of days, and then on and off and whatever. And finally, she showed up one time, she with this other girl, and they stayed, left the doors open, burned up a bunch of my firewood, just made a mess of things in 24 hours. And I was out of firewood, and the house was 25 degrees on the inside. And I was sick and not feeling well, and they did not treat me right, or the house, or anything. They were just disrespectful. So she showed back up, and I said, listen, don't let your friends leave yet. She goes, why? And I said, because you're going to take you and your stuff with them. And I told her, well, what did I do? And I said, what didn't you do? I said, you did this and this and this and this and this. You disrespected me and my house on so many levels. The answer is no, you can't stay here any longer. I'm sorry. I really have to be rude, but you got to get the fuck out. And I didn't ask you for any money or anything, and there was no sexual trades or anything. There was nothing like that. But the rudeness with which she treated me was just like, nah, I'm sorry. You may need a place to stay, but you've got friends out there in a car, and you're riding around and you're doing all this stuff, and you figure out another place to stay. You obviously have other choices. There are lots of people out there that have no choice. You obviously have choices, so choose one of them. And I pointed to the car in the yard. So, but anyway, but I have tried to help people literally on the spur of the moment. And my spirit said, and angels said, you gotta talk to that person right over there. And I was right when I went up there. I said, listen, I said, I know you're going to take this wrong, but I said, my guardian angel just said that you don't have a place to stay tonight. And you're walking through the store back and forth because you're trying to stay warm. Is that true? And she looked around and she went, what? And I said, is that true? She went, yeah. And how did you know? And I was like, well, because my spirit guides told me that you didn't have a place to go. And the way you're walking through the store, and you got a bag of chips. And I said, you don't have any money either, do you? No. And I was like, oh, we missed one. Oh, wait, I can catch up. Thank you, Chloe. So, but anyway, I have helped people on the spur of the moment with, and have like read their mind. Okay. And so it's, and been 100%, you know, the things that I was telling her, she was like, how did you know? And I was like, well, my spirit guides are telling me the blah, blah, blah. Well, how did you know that? I just told you, you know, we're standing in a store when I'm doing this, right? So, but anyway, I helped her out, but then she ended up stealing stuff from me too, which was just, and one of the last times I've helped anybody, by the way, like that. Which is a shame because I have tried to put myself out there that if anybody needs a place and is homeless or whatever, I've got tents, we can make arrangements, you know. Last year, oh, actually, it's been 2 years ago now, I had the gentleman come down from West Virginia and stay with us. And, you know, he was a perfectly delightful young man. We got along really well together and so forth. And, you know, I still wish him well along his way. But you know, Michael is his name. And Michael showed up, and we had a wonderful time. And he is an example that not all young people are stupid, egotistical maniacs, you know. And I hope he's doing well. And Michael, if you ever watch, and if you still watch my videos, you know, this one's for you. And thank you. And here's another 20 just for just for the heck of it. So not to be a downer, because I think that 24 can be very positive. Um, and to kind of sort of go over a little bit of some of these other things that are really in the news recently is about the UAPs, right? And the UFOs and the USOs and all that. It's really in the news. So I don't know exactly what the outcome of this is going to be, but it's going to be dang interesting to see how it all comes out, because there are so many levels of this stuff. You know, folks are going, well, I've seen odd things in the sky. I saw a UFO earlier tonight. Did you see? There's one. You know, I seen Jupiter the other night that was just really weird and bigger than it should have. And I was like, is that, am I seeing the moons of Jupiter? And this was just by eye. And it was really big. So here's some things that have happened over the years is that they will park a spaceship between the Earth and a planet and use the planet as a disguise, as part of their camouflage. And so 2 nights ago, it was clear and looking outside. Um, and it was the night I did the full moon one, because after I went back outside, I was like, where the hell did Jupiter go? And it was like twice its size, and I was like, what the hell? And that was just by eyeball, and I couldn't find my binoculars. And it would, I've got a monocular, a single one that's really good and really powerful, but it takes setting up. I had to get it out, and I just was not in the mood for that. But Jupiter was looking really strange the other night from my point of view down here in the South, because you never know what's between you and another object out there. They try to align, but if you're not on the same line as they're trying to line up, well, then, you know, you're going to see something odd. And Jupiter was really odd. But anyway, so, but this UFO thing in the UAP, Richard Dolan just did another update, you know, about the disclosure, and that we may not want a full disclosure. And I would agree with that, because there's going to be too much information. And for them to just say, yes, we have no bananas. Yes, yes, there are UFOs, Virginia, and then they go, what? And people are going to go, wait, they just admitted it? Yeah. Well, how much more do they admit and what do they say? But the fact that there are Congress people, this is where I think it's important for you and me. They've got Congress people that really want this to come out and they want to pass the bill. They want this to come out as a discussion before the general election, before the nominations and stuff. But we kind of sort of know what's going on there. But they want this UFO thing to be up and present and discussed before the general election in November. Now that's a big order. You say, well, that's 11 months away. Yeah, but they got to get things rolling. And there are some folks in Congress and everything in recent interviews that I've just watched that they really want to get this thing rolling. And I think we should help them. I think we should get in touch with our Congress people and go, hey, we want to know, get behind this person and that person and this other person. Get behind them and say yes to this. Vote yes on that. Whether it's a good law or not or whatever, it's the fact that they want to get this information out before the election. So how many people in Congress are going to raise their hand and go, we believe in UFOs? Think about it. How many senators are going to raise their hand and go, yeah, I believe in UFOs? Yes, the government has been hiding things. Yes, I believe in UFOs. How much is this going to make? So I'm going to vote for a senator or a congressman who raises their hand and goes, yeah, I believe they've been hiding shit from us. Yeah, I believe that we should know more about this. Yes, I believe, I don't know how much I believe about UFOs, but I believe that they exist and I believe that the government's been lying and I think they should tell us. And yes, I would vote for this. I'm going to vote for that person. And a lot of other people are going to go, what? You believe that this should be? Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm going to vote for you. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. You're going to stand up and raise your hand and go, yep, I want this to come out. Yes, I believe they exist. And yes, I think the American people should know what you all are hiding. Would you vote for them? Yes or no? I would, in a heartbeat. Even though my politics on other stuff might be totally wrong, I would vote for them in a heartbeat. And my phone is telling me it's running out of power. Well, that's about right. The way they are described matters devils in the details, but they are unidentified flying objects. Some of them are, yep. But see, that's just it. Don't we want to know? So let's back the senators and Congress people that want to know as well. We need to give them, we as the populace need to give them our support, whether we're in our state or not. Don't eat the bugs. Yeah, it depends. But no, don't eat the bugs if you can help it. But there are cultures who do eat bugs now, and they throw them right in for, some bugs taste like pepper, and some people, but yeah, the Thais and some of the Korean folks, and there are some Chinese folk, they will throw bugs in their walks, so be careful. More in the villages than they will in the cities. But anyway, la cucaracha, donde es? Anyway, but so our future stuff, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. And because of the election, it seems like it's coming even faster. So, gonna light this cigarette and figure out what's going on because my battery's running out on the phone. But I wasn't gonna stay up all night anyway. But my spirit guides in my channeling, it's like they really got things buzzing in my head. And I guess it's the end of the year and stuff, and folks are thinking about things. And it's like, let's be practical in 2024. I was talking earlier about this, I think, with Robert. Maybe I've started this, earlier on 2 hours ago. I think outer space is probably the abyss. It really isn't, no, but it's really big. It's really big, but no, it's not the abyss. It can feel like it, but no, it's not, because there is an abyss and it's not space. Okay. Just, it, how do I know? Well, it just is. And it's not a dark hole, and it's sort of like a spiral, but it's not, but it is. But that's the abyss. And so you look out in your space and you go, ooh, that's a long way away. But then there is this invisible hole that actually goes into the abyss, which, if you think space is big and dark and everything, wait till you get in there, because then you don't see any stars. You don't see any planets or anything else. It's just the abyss. Don't want to go there. I'm not wishing for anybody to go there either, because it's the abyss. And it's like, well, there's hell and flames and stuff, but wait, what if you were literally? See, I've been in a cave. I've been in Climax Cave several times, and other caves too over the years, right? I've talked about this, but turn the light off in a cave when you're a half a mile underground and at least 100 feet below the ground, plus the distance from where you dropped into the bottom of the cave, right? And you turn the light off. Total darkness. Total darkness. And the feeling, even though but you're aware that you're under the ground, you're aware that you're in a cave, you can hear the dripping of the water and everything, and your other comrades breathing and going wow and shit. You turn that light off and it goes completely dark, and your whole system goes, what the fudge? I mean, your aura changes, your body, it is a strange feeling to be in total darkness. So to be in an abyss of total darkness in the universe, to where you don't see a I was going to say a traffic light, you don't see a starlight, you don't see anything, nothing, anything, zero, total darkness. And unless you have experienced total darkness, I would warn you before you say, well, it can't be that bad. Listen, just a minute or so. Let's see if this will work. Oh, I plugged in the phone. Okay. So, but the idea, though, that, having been in the cave several times and having done the turn the light off thing, it has always affected me. I've been down in a cave and I've done this and I've turned the lights off before, but after even on the 9th time of being down there and showing the folks, and hey, watch this, turn our lights off. And you do for what seems like just a minute. It's only been 20 seconds, and you can't stand it. Somebody says, "Oh, I got to turn the light on," because it's creepy, and for whatever it is, but it's creepy. So you can create an almost total darkness situation, or make it total. If it's dark outside and you're in an even darker spot and no lights getting in, then you can be in total darkness. Okay, but you can create that situation. In fact, there was somebody years ago who used to do these shadow boxes, dark boxes, or whatever, and people would go into this totally dark, completely dark situation, and then they would have these experiences. I can't remember who it was, but it was really popular back in the day, but at the same time, it freaked a lot of people out. But working in total darkness, if you had one of these devices, you don't really fear it, but I sort of fear it. Yeah, it's a strange thing. So one of the things that going into the dark room, I'll just call it. Now that I've thought about it, I'm kind of wondering what was that actually. But they used it for training, like using your third eye or something. But it was back in the Houdini days, I want to say. But anyway, if anybody knows anything about it, mention it to me, will you? But anyway, but to the same point though, as I've talked about learning how to astral project and how to use your third eye and stuff, to go into a dark, sure enough, dark room, and you just sit in a chair and you be comfortable, and then you try to envision something, you know, and you try to see it with your mind's eye, and then you try to bring whatever it is. And some folks have, like, want to communicate with other spirits and things, and so they manifest what they look like or something, and they get creeped out, freaked out, and otherwise sort of like in the middle of a seance, and they can't complete it or whatever, but so there's some strange things that you can do. And one might say to trick your mind, like what David's talking about. Dark room was forced in something. There was a cult that used to do this, okay? And I want to say it was back in the 20s, or, I'm going to have to look it up myself. I don't know what it was called, but I remember they had a setup where you went into a semi-dark room, and to get your eyes adjusted, and this person would help, would talk to you and say, okay, it was like prepping you, you know and that's exactly what it was. They were prepping you to go into the dark room, and then they would lead you in there, and then whatever it is to try to stimulate your third eye. And people had some really strange experiences, and I realize I'm repeating myself. But anyway, it was weird. It was cool. But if you, to train yourself, that's where I want to go back to this, in that you can train yourself in these dark rooms, especially if you're not afraid. If you're afraid of the dark, but see, that's where you got to train your mind. You've got to train yourself to know that you're just in a dark room. Well, yeah, but the things that you can manifest in this dark, yeah, but you're just in a dark room. Now, when I was in a cave, you know, 100 feet down, and 500 feet in the cave or more, crawling on your belly through the mud and water, and to get to where you were at, and then you turn the light off. It was different than just being in a dark room. Took a while to kick in. People did it for prepping, going into something. Yeah, but they were also I think it might have been that they were doing psychic experiments with somebody here in South Georgia, to say, like, somebody, well, say to Steve out in Kansas City. So he went into his dark room and I would go into mine at the same time and see if we could communicate using the dark room as sort of a projector, you know? So we're in the dark room and it's totally dark, but can I see Steve? And can he see me? Can we connect through this by being in the dark room? You understand? Remember your battery. I plugged it in. There's nothing to be afraid of but your own thoughts. That's not necessarily true. There are really some things out there on the astral plane. There really are. There are some entities that fudge around out there, okay? And they can be quite frightening. And you can scare the bejeevers out of yourself. They may not harm you, but they will scare you to the point where you will harm yourself. Okay? And when you say, well, but that's not really scary, but it is. Be careful, you know. I'm all for folks learning how to do it and experimenting and stuff, but be careful, you know. You go out into the jungle where you have never been before, be careful, you know. It's a big, wide place out there. You start exploring in the quantum, on the astral plane, which means you can go anywhere you want to. So, but where do you want to go, or where do you get drawn to as you go practicing or flying around in the astral, or your dreamland, or um, on a dream quest, maybe, possibly, probably. But in this dream state that we go in this astral projection thing, which means we're pushing our energy out. If we're in a dream state, we're just listening. Okay. When we astral project, we are obviously, with the word projection, we are putting ourselves out there to go traveling. We're not just watching or listening. Now we have placed ourselves out in traffic. Okay. So when you put yourself out into traffic versus listening to the radio, you're obviously in a different situation. Okay. It's just common sense. All right. You have to be protected, and that's scary. Well, as soon as you start thinking scary, then it is. And that's where your confidence comes in. I'm always talking about have faith and believe, 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 believe. If you have faith that you're protected and you believe it, then that's all you need. But you got to believe it. If you say, whoa, it's scary, and then you don't really believe it. And so, whoa, yeah, I know what you mean, Hawkeye. No, maybe you don't. And I don't mean this rudely to anyone, not just, if you think I'm talking to you, Chloe, maybe. But no, that's not what I mean. It's that you really have to be confident. Because if something scary comes up to you, are you going to be scared, or are you going to go, well, that's interesting. Hi, how you doing? Who is scary? Yeah, well, okay. So how you doing, scary? What's up? Or are you going to pee yourself and run like hell? I might do a little both. I might pee myself and go, hey, how you doing? As I'm trying to run. I ain't going to lie. But at the same time, some of the things that I've seen, you can't run fast enough. You just can't. But at the same time, if you understand your astral projection, then you can simply remove yourself immediately from the situation. It's like, I'm going home, thunk, and you're out of there. Okay. So it can be a little, ending up back in your bed, if from wherever you were coming back from. And I've had some really hard landings, okay? And they hurt, you know, plop, you're back in your body and you go, what the hell? You know, that hurt, you know, uh, all that takes practice. Absolutely. You know, in my old age, I'm still learning stuff, you know? So, but if you can find somebody to practice with, now, um, I will, you know, here in this and having conversation with this, and having said I used to have a, you know, a partner that we, you know, we didn't play with this. We experimented with it. You know, I would be up for an experiment if somebody else wanted to experiment. You know what I mean? So, but you would have to let me know, and we'd have to set up parameters and things like that. And I would be curious if I could. I think I can still do it, but it would be up to someone else to find out whether or not they could do it. You know, so and whether or not they can extend their energies and psyche and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like, and there is some Cliff High has talked about this, in that this coming year, there's, because of the Kali Yuga and other things and strange energies coming from the universe, that there's going to be a bigger awakening than we've already had up to this point. Not just talking about the UAPs and everything, which is going to open up more in the next 6 months on a lot of levels, which is going to open up the general psyche of people going, wait a minute, you mean this stuff might actually be true? Yeah. I mean, honestly true? Yeah. Oh, so people's awarenesses are going to be opening up because of the results of some of this stuff, not necessarily specific things, easy for you to say. But that things in general, and it's like, wait a minute, you mean that stuff's real? Yep. Wow. Huh. Not that they will freak out, but they're gonna gnaw on it a little bit. But their energy level's gonna go up because their awareness level just went up. And everybody's awareness level is gonna go up, plus the Kali Yuga and the energies and everything. So Cliff is saying that people's minds, especially what he calls normies, are going to really expand their minds, and some of these folks are going to be freaking out. But everybody in the first 6 months of 2024, it seems, is going to feel this expansion. So I'm looking forward to it. You know, come on, let's do it. Now, one of the things that many years ago, when I first started doing this, there were people. I'm going to have another cigarette. I've had 2, 4, 6 out of 10. I've had 4, and I'm trying to stay at 10 cigarettes a day. So I'm on my 5th cigarette for today, and I'm already into tomorrow. So what'd you say? I missed it. But so anyway, going into 2024, going into it with a very open, positive mind, because there are a lot of signs of these other things that are coming up, you know, and they're all positive. You know, folks being enlightened and being more aware of the situation around them, but yet they had experiences. They went back to the same place. It would appear to this. I'm finding markers. Markers. That's a good word. Finding markers others have placed. But you know, there what Cliff High has been doing is there's been markers that show up in his data sets, and the data sets are showing that this stuff is on its way, that we're already in full swing. I think I did a video the other night, like, we're this, if you're waiting for this to happen, it's happening. It's been happening. So pay attention, and I don't mean that rudely, but pay attention to what's going on, because if you just stop and observe and look around a little bit, you're going to go, whoa, things really are changing. I think so. I'm looking for differences in places. Yeah, those places are starting to stick out like a sore thumb, you know? But like certain people are going to come out of the closet, maybe like a senator or somebody, and they're going to go, yeah, I believe in UFOs. There's going to be something that's going to like come out. There are those folks who are really worried that there's going to be that's Wiley, that there are some folks who believe that there's going to be a catastrophe. Something's going to happen. Well, this is what I believe, and I hope it don't happen. Okay. This is my channel, and I can say what I want to. I think these crazy sons of bitches are going to try a couple of false flags. I think they're going to use the do machines, and they're going to do another, try to burn something, but at the same time, they can train them things to have earthquakes. And they, in order to fulfill the prophecies in the Bible, there have got to be earthquakes in diverse places. Today, yesterday now, Mary Greeley News, which I've been watching for many years now, there's an earthquake in South Carolina along the Georgia South Carolina border, where there's a nuclear power plant, by the way. And it was for that area, the fact that there was an earthquake was strange. I can't tell you what the magnitude was, but I have watched that fault line before and have questioned it, and there was one there. So there are earthquakes in diverse places already happening. Okay. So there are people, Dutch Simpson folks, talking about this. But if you think about what these crazy bastards and bastardettes have been up to, what do they need to do? They need to prove the Bible Revelations is right. Now, they haven't rebuilt the temple yet. And that's one of the things that everybody's bitching about. And I've been saying, what if they only get 90% of it? What do you mean, Dave? Well, what if they don't rebuild the temple, but everything else happens in Revelations? Does that mean Revelations doesn't work? You got 90% of it, and you go, well, here's the earthquakes, there's the Catholic Church, there's the Vatican, there's the this, there's the that. Well, it can't be happening because, they don't have the temple rebuilt. Okay, but there are earthquakes going off, and there are floods, and there are people dying and killing, and yeah, but they haven't rebuilt the temple yet. Okay, so what if they can't get to the temple, but they do everything else in Revelations? I have talked about this before, but the thing is that looking at the situation, what are they going to do? What can they do that follows in the Revelation book? Well, there's already where, we've had some droughts in places, there's been floods in places. Right now, we've had a very, warm winter. What are they going to do? Turn it around? You've seen the poor polar vortexes that's oblong. It looks like a football, and it's not a circle. How's the weather being this year? It's weird, but I've been through weird weather before, so I can't really say that, woo, they're going to get us this year. Well, they've been saying that for many years now in a row. And so sometimes we have warm winters. I got to put some. It's chilly here, and I need to put some wood in the fireplace. But um, the idea that no, it should have been a lot colder, and we need the cold. The fruit trees need the cold, and all the berry bushes need cold weather. They need so many hours of cold in order for them to bloom and do the right thing and put out, fruits and stuff. We need it. But we haven't been getting it. So, but is it them? Let's say it's been, I missed that, sorry. But so in thinking in terms of what's going on and what can they do to us, well, they can use HARP, and they can create, and they have created earthquakes. They've created huge storms. They have created droughts by not allowing weather to happen on its own. Let's see, and that is my find would say to make. So there are lots of different scenarios, but I hope not. But I'm thinking they're going to try the earthquake thing. The part that really got me was that the black oil pit lake with the heads could be. But they're don't forget about the black goo. All right. It's still on the planet. The black goo is real and it's still on the planet. All right. But there are folks who are trying to take care of it. But the black goo is still on the planet. All right. And yes, it's real. And yes, it came out of the BP oil spill. We know without saying it's a safe way. It's safer that way. But sometimes, see, like right now, this conversation needs to be said. These things are facts. The black goo still exists. There is this that does exist. There is this and this, and yes, these things are real. You know, I'm sorry. The black goo is no, it's no good, but it is absolutely real. you know, Along with there are some semi-invisible, aliens that are running around that can and will possess you if they so desire. Even if your energy is strong, they can still do a walk in. You know, it's really tough to not let, you got to really be tough for these sons of bitches not to get in you. Now, if they do get in you, you can argue and fuss and fight, and they can't keep you or take you over, but they can damn sure walk in and make your life miserable for a while, which they have done, mostly in cities, like 99% of them in cities. But there is the odd one that shows up in the country. I think they just get lost. But anyway, uh, so, but the biggest thing in all of it, though, is that if you are fearful, they'll get you, you know. And the biggest thing is that, like, you have to be careful with your ego, because I overdid it and they busted my ass here at my house and in the backwoods. I was like, I am Hawkeye Two Feathers and I am here to protect this property. And any of you bad sons of bitches, get out of here. And they were like, what? Who are you? You little peon, you. And I was like, I am Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I am here to protect this land and to run off any evil spirits. Now get out of here. Ass kick, ass kick, ass kick, ass kick. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers. I'm sorry. I'm here to protect the land, and I hope y'all will not mess with me no more, and we can learn to live together. I changed my tune. I changed my tune. So you don't go at it with, I am Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I'm here to uh-uh. You say, I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I wish to support, I wish to help. I'm not here to command anything, I'm not here to take over anything. I'm not here to be superior in any way. I am here humbly to serve and help anyone or any entity. And if there was, that was weird. I'm glad you found this too. So, but in this learning thing, so your ego has to be strong enough. This is where I was trying to go. Your ego has to be strong enough that you are certain that you have faith. You're certain, because I had to take a deep breath and go, I'm certain that I'm strong enough to deal with this. And I believe it. Now, what's wrong with that? I'm certain that I'm strong enough to do whatever it is, to deal with any entity that may come my way. I'm not going to go out there looking for trouble, which is what I did. But now I realize that I have to say that I am confident that I can deal with any entity that may come my way. Now, dealing with them may be that you run. I'm not saying that you're going to fight, okay? But that you can deal with any entity. What does that mean? It means you're going to, survey the situation if and when it ever happens. Now, there have been some times when it's sort of like good guy, bad guy in the middle of the desert, and they pass themselves. Here's a good cowboy, and he's sort of, riding along, and down the trail coming from the other way is the guy with the black hat on, and he's a bad guy, and he's probably murdered somebody, but you're just on the trail and you're going that direction, and he's coming your direction, and you just pass each other while you're sitting in a saddle, and he looks at you and you look at him, and you just ride on by, and you go, that's probably a mean some bitch right there. And you just let him go by. You don't say anything, you don't start anything, but in your head you're going, that's a mean some bitch right there, and I'm just going to keep on going. And you don't worry about what the other guy's thinking, as long as he keeps going in the other direction and doesn't bother you. Okay. So there are these situations in this other realm, if you will, in that you're going to come across some critters that you're not going to fight, but you're going to see them and they're going to see you, and you're just kind of riding along on your little pony. Think about just that. You're riding along on your pony, and they're riding along on their pony, and you see each other and they see you. And as long as there's no, and if you trying to say, well, here I am, I'm big, and I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I'm strong, they're gonna whoop your ass. But if you just know, I know that I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I hope I'm strong enough. It's like you don't say that out loud, but I hope I'm strong enough. That's a big some bitch, that's a evil motherfucker, I hope I'm strong. No, but you just stay confident and you go, I'm confident that I can deal with it, even if it means run like hell. But, but in that, So your confidence shows up on the other side without being egotistical. So the other entity knows that you believe in yourself. The other entity can feel your confidence, not necessarily that he wants to challenge you in any way. And since you're staying off to yourself and being confident with yourself, that they look over there and they go, that little wimpy some bitch, he's really confident. I'm not really interested in a fight right now, but I wouldn't want to tangle with him. Speaking about me. So I really wouldn't want to tangle with that boy right there. And I'd be riding along going, I'm a wiry some bitch, and I hope you don't tangle with me. I would hate to tangle with your big ugly some, but if you want to tangle, I'm a wiry some bitch, and I'm gonna give you a run for your money, but I'm gonna keep on moving on this. Come on, little pony, get along. Get along, little doggy. you know and so the other entity, if they're not into wanting to have a fight with you, they're just going to mosey on along themselves. So that really does happen out there, you know and it doesn't mean every time you see an entity or every time an entity sees you do you have to pull out a pistol and have a gunfight. you know So there are entities that are running around that may be very mischievous, but they don't really have an ill intent. And then there are some that are mischievous that are working for folks who have an ill intent. Okay, if you can understand that one. So there are both. It's like there's some grays out there that are just freaking curious. And then there are grays who are working for other bigger folks, bigger aliens with bigger agendas, and they really have an agenda. They're not just curious. I don't remember everything. So, what's it all about, Alfie? What's it all about, Alfie? If just for the moment we live. Anyway, but in 2024, which is just hours away for folks, uh, you know, we've got the opportunity to make a difference. Now, I know I'm always saying that, but no, seriously, with the changes that are going on and with what's being discussed this time around. Oh, I got off of this, but years ago, there was some aliens and some light workers and people who were making these discussions to where the aliens weren't going to help us because there weren't enough of us that were awake. Any of you remember that? I do, because I got started way back then. And I even said something way back then about if I was an alien, I wouldn't come here neither. There ain't enough of us awake. So there was a lot of stuff going on about how many people had to be awake in order for the aliens to actually come down here and help us, and we had to be awake in a certain way, and these energies, and so there was a time when folks were saying we're never going to make it. The human race is too stupid. And I was like, wait a minute, hang on. So I started putting energy out there and going, wait a minute, aliens. If you're judging us now for what we are and what we do, you need to allow yourselves to be seen more. People need to say, wait a minute, there's a real UFO. Wait a minute, there's a real alien. And then we would wake up really quick. So I've said this years ago, you want us to believe, you want us to change, then you got to show us why we should change. Why should we believe in you guys? Not worship you, but why should we believe you're there in any way, shape, or form? Right. So I was putting it out there myself. I'd go out in the yard and talk to the universe and go, you say you want to show up? I got a field right here, land, you know. But then they started showing me things. They showed that one that came over and shot the other one down with a laser beam. They showed me that. They told me to go outside in the yard. There was a time coming home one night when they told me to pull over, and there was this huge explosion across the sky. And they said, see, we just shot one of their guys down. It was huge. I've talked about that one too. But I mean, yeah, they have showed me things over the years. They've not landed in my yard, to my knowledge, but there's a big field back there, and watch out for the power line, but there's enough space, to land one right out there. So, but anyway, they, and there have been a couple of times where I wondered if they haven't been sitting over me, in a cloaked position, but that's for another story. But that's between me and the universe, for other people to believe it, But the things that I've seen and when I've seen it, I'm like, I believe. You don't have to convince me anymore. And I didn't need much, but they showed me a lot. Have I seen a real true alien? I'm not sure. Okay. Have I seen UFOs in the sky and stuff? And yep, I have seen that. So I'm convinced, you don't have to go there with me. But other people are going like, I don't know about this, Well, are you sure about that? Yes. Well, I don't know if I've seen if I truly believe you, and that just looks like something fake. And okay, I got you. But now that they want to pass this law with Congress, we got a chance for people to actually believe and to be able to actually stand up and not like a damn fool. You should always follow the rules. Always, yep. And that law of one is a simple rule, And that's something else that came up. It was like the law of one. Now, I think I first heard it maybe by David Wilcox, I think, because I listened to him back a long time ago when he first came out. But the law of one, but I studied the law of one also with Native American shamanism. And so, talking with the elders that I've had the opportunity to talk with, and that law of one just fits. And I know David Wilcox talked about it, does talk about it. And I know there are other folks who talk about the law of one. And there's been some consternation, maybe. There's been some folks that I don't know if I can trust them people who believe in the law of one. But I'm like, wait a minute. Do you know what the law of one means? It means there's only one rule: to do no harm to anything. And to anything. That means the earth, it means to do no harm. That's a big order. You don't need 10 commandments. Well, wait a minute now. You people with that law of one stuff, there's nothing in there about God. You're right. In the 10 commandments, there's only one God, and thou shalt only one God before me. There is, the I shall raise no graven images. And there some of those rules are about God. Yeah, but throw them out. Just ignore them. Let's get to the heart of things. And the heart of things is the law of one: to do no harm. Yeah, but what about God? What about him? Well, yeah, but you don't have God in that rule. Where does it belong? Why do I have to worship something? Why does it have to be the only one when I don't even know what the hell it is? And, the one that you guys are worshiping is hurts people and kills people and maims people and does, weird and weird. And I don't want to worship that guy. I'm sorry, but law of one: to do no harm, I got that covered. The worshiping part, nah. So that's what's got people weirded out, because people feel that they have to worship something in order to have religion. That's how brainwashed the human population has become. You have to worship something in order to be able to connect with God. And that's the falsehood of religion. That's why it's so what? Simple concept, yes, easy to walk in. So, people want to make it so much harder than it really, really is. And one of the things is that if everybody knew how easy it was to get to Sacred Mountain, because, deer, I pulled the deer card tonight, because deer has cleared the way. It's safe for all of us to go visit the Creator on Sacred Mountain. It's clear. Just like Jesus, when he died on the cross for us, what did he do? He saved us all from sin. That was the idea. He did the suffering so we don't have to. So why is everybody suffering? So why is everybody going through all this trouble like the Catholics? Everything is about suffering. Everything is about penance. And everything is about, oh my God. And you miss, and because of religion, you miss the point. And so when I dropped out of the Catholic religion, and at the behest of Sister Helene, she's like, you got to go study Buddhism, Dave. And I did. And I studied other things too. And the things that she told me about the Vatican in 1970, I know y'all have heard me say this before, but it's still coming true. They're still coming up with weirdness out of the Vatican, and about the Pope, and how he's going to get elected and what's going to happen. And they're talking about not having another Pope. And all these prophecies coming true this time around. Ain't this weird during our time, So what do we do with this information? Well, it's up to us, right? But the information about the fact that you are always this close to the Creator, actually this close to the Creator. It's a 20. Ooh, I got some. Thank you, Chloe. So, but the information is that we are connected to the Creator right now at all times. You don't need religion. You don't need all these other fake things. You don't have to bow down and worship anything. It helps that if you believe that the Creator of all things is around us all the time in the quantum, that's what you need to learn how to believe and to have faith that it's true. It's that simple. The path is clear, Freeman. Yes, even when we think we are far away, no, we're not, you know. And that's one of the things I learned being the hermit. I had to be the hermit without anybody around me days in a row. I got Duggar, I'm not alone. But at the same time, I had to learn that I'm not alone in the universe, that I am connected to all of you. I am connected to other people all the time. We are literally only a thought away, and the thought is instantaneous. It doesn't have to go through any kind of filters or anything. In the quantum, if we believe, in the quantum, it happens instantaneously. It goes right through. Boom, there it is. It's not like you have to dial like the old style dial phones and brrr, and then we had the doot, 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 doot. We had digital, so, but even there, you're hanging on the phone and you're waiting for the brrring, brrr. No, quantum, boop, it's there. There is no dial tone. There is no beep, 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 beep. There is no, it goes straight there. So now I have learned, though, for myself, if I'm trying to contact someone, sometimes I have to visualize that I am using a telephone. So I want to call Chloe. Okay. So I'm calling Chloe. And so, but even though I'm envisioning in my brain, because that's how I have to do things sometimes, that, I'm putting in a phone call too. So when I say something like that, if I'm putting in a phone call or I'm sending a message, then I'm got the phone up here like this, at least in my mind's eye, and I'm sending the call out, you know. So, but people can view it in different ways, but in the quantum, it's instantaneous. That was one of the things they've been talking about in physics and with UFOs and with spaceships, our spaceships, so sending somebody to Mars, that if we can operate in the quantum with the AI, then we don't have to wait on a radio signal to come all the way through space to hit the Earth. We can simply communicate instantaneously through the quantum. And so a radio would not be necessary anymore. The new radio would be a quantum radio that went sort of like in Star Trek, literally. They're using, on a subspace relay. We're getting a phone call from such and such, and Admiral Halsey wants to talk to Dick Van Dyke, and so the phone call goes right on through. Just a minute, and been thinking there it is on the screen, and they're talking, hundreds and thousands and millions of miles away from each other, but they're talking in a real time. That's the quantum. So Star Trek and them, and also in Star Wars. So in that, they don't say quantum, but they're using the quantum to get these instant messages back and forth, to be able to talk in real time. That's what they're doing. They're using the quantum AI. They just don't say it. Okay. But how else can they talk? Well, it's a subspace signal, blah, blah, blah. But they're using the quantum. They just don't say it. Anyway, so is it possible? Well, in the realm of science fiction, it is, which for a lot of us, we know that, and we have experienced that, sometimes science fiction is telling us the truth. So, does communication in the quantum exist instantaneously? I think they've already proven it. So, that's one thing they can say, and did you know that we can talk to the moon instantaneously? We've got they left receivers on the moon. Did you know that we don't have to wait on a radio signal anymore? We can, get a signal immediately from the moon. Yeah, where it used to take, minutes and hours when we sent the first flight. Yeah, now we can just, well, what's on the moon that we want to talk to? Well, that's another story, but we did leave transmitters on the moon last time we were there. And so we can talk to them, and instead of it being a radio, now we can just, ding, it's there. So they can tell us some things, and they can tell us the truth without going into too much detail. But they can say, yeah, this does exist. Well, they've been talking about the quantum for a while now. They've been talking about the AI for a while now. They've been talking about the AI in the quantum now for a while. So this is not new news, but to be able to explain it to the public now that guess what? We have been using this, and this is how we've been using it. And this is how we can use it in the future. We don't need these stupid cell phones if we have the quantum anyway. But, we can talk to people in outer space, using the quantum. We can talk to Jupiter, hey, we can talk to one of the moons up there. Hey. So, yeah, one of the things that's true in this law of one, you can't overthink it because it's very simple, but you have to break it down. I spent months and probably years in breaking down the law of one. And I was like, to the smallest, little, tiniest letter, I was like, the law of one is all we honestly, it's all we need, really. Because here's one of the things, for example, the law of one says very simply, to do no harm. And you say, well, okay, well, to do no harm, it means that you must be respectful to people. It means that I should be honorable to people. It means that I should take care and that I should be this type of person in order not to break the law of one. So in order to not do any harm, then I must be respectful and all these things. That's people don't understand that. They're like, well, why should I be honorable? I don't give a shit. Well, then you're missing the point. But so for me, I had to understand it's almost like being a samurai or, a ninja or something like that, in that it is honorable. You live an honorable life. Now, I don't have a sword to go around slinging at people. I do have a really mean thing out in the shed that I could use on zombies if need be. But it'd be a really good zombie tool. But in this reality of real things, what do we need with the law of one? And it's very simple if you can learn to follow it. It's very complicated in its simplicity, in that it includes everything. So, but as I kept looking into it, and I was like, wow, this is just really cool. It is really cool. You know, and I have listened to David Wilcox 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. Okay. Haven't listened to anything. When Corey Good stepped into the picture and they started talking about certain things, I was like, oh man, I just felt like there was a big hill of beans being sold there. It's almost as if you break the construct of how the brain operates and reconstruct it. In a way, Chloe, you're right. But here's the thing, it's that your subconscious is working right now, along with the conscious mind. Okay. But when my conscious mind, which needs to go lay down here soon, when the conscious mind conks out, the subconscious is still working. It's still recording. It's still doing its thing. It's still connected. Okay. And even though my conscious mind is out and I'm sleeping, just whether or not I dream or not or whatever, but the fact that my subconscious is still working. Now the trick is that I've been trying to teach myself, and apparently I've had some good luck with it because I'm channeling my folks up there. In that, so the trick is to learn how to be conscious while you're unconscious. What? You need to learn how to be conscious while you're unconscious. So it means that if you're in a dream state, that you can control the dream state. You're unconscious, you're in a dream, but then you start controlling the dream. You become, you're still asleep, or you're still unconscious, or you're still in that state, but you can manipulate things within it, you know, conversation, where you might be going, or maybe, there's a chair in the room or something, but you can isolate or do something, right? While you're conscious in your subconscious. Well, now, Dave, that's just plumb stupid. Nah, that's what all the yogis and folks, not that they want to manipulate things, but in the dream state, that's where you do your work. That's where you do spirit work and things. So, but you're unconscious, right? Yeah, but you're unconscious in the dream time so that you're aware of it. So that means you're both conscious and unconscious at the same time. And that's what you strive for. That's what you learn to do. And I'm still learning to do it, but apparently, yeah, they say I'm doing pretty good. My lessons have been going well. But they have put me through some hellacious. I never thought of it that way. I just thought of it as training the subconscious to separate. Well, the subconscious doesn't have to separate because it's its own entity. So what you want to tap into is be awake while you're unconscious. You want to be able to tap into that unconscious mind while you're awake. And you go, well, wait a minute, I'm awake. Yeah, but you're not aware of what your unconscious is doing. Yeah, but I'm sitting here talking to you right now. I'm awake. I'm aware. Yeah, but there are other things going on. There's stuff that's being recorded. There might be an entity in the room that I'm not aware of. I mean, there is stuff going on in my subconscious while I'm sitting here awake and talking to y'all. So, and as soon as I stop doing this, my unconscious is going to keep going until I go to sleep, and then it's really going to be active. So where is it going to go, and what's it going to do, and what's the subject? Are my spirit guides going to keep yakking at me after I'm asleep and in the dream time? Because even though I'm in the dream time, I'm still unconscious. I'm still connected. You follow me? It's really complicated, but it's not. It's simple. But the trick is, as my shaman training, is to understand what I just said. The unconscious is always working, and we want to access the subconscious while we're awake. Things that faded away too quick. I didn't get a chance to read what you said, Chloe. But I know this is really far fetched, and there are people who are going, man, that's just Hawkeye. That's some crazy shit. Things like this are so crazy of conversations to have. I mean, it's not. It is, but ain't. Yeah. So I know it's a lot to mull over, but on my red road, as most of you know, in my travels and in what I want to learn and share and everything, um, this is what it's all about. How do you want to get to this thing? How do you want to get into the dream time? How do you want to understand these things? You and your subconscious gotta connect. So in this idea of channeling, my folks are saying that these other folks have to go into a trance and almost, yeah, trance like self hypnosis in order to get to that subconscious, which speaks to them in the channeling session. So for me, with all the things I've been doing over the years and just trying to connect with my subconscious while awake, I don't have to be in a trance in order for my folks to be able to chat with me and, ask me a question, like has happened in the chat before. And my folks are right there. I don't have to like go into a trance to, to relay the message. So I feel very lucky and I'm very humbled, but I'm just figuring this out now, you know? Which is interesting that now I'm just figuring this out. But I've been practicing and doing it now. Y'all been watching and keeping up. This has been going on for a while. Why do you think, crap, most people do have to be in a trance? Because just like I just said, Chloe, I think they have to be in the trance, the self-hypnosis, because I have practiced self-hypnosis 40 years ago, okay? And actually before that. But in that, for them, they can do it. And the one lady I'm thinking of, she just kind of glowed and she goes, the angel came to me and we had this conversation and he was standing there in the kitchen but now when I'm channeling kind of thing, and I don't think she was channeling that angel, but another entity angel. But anyway, so I think in that for me, when I was doing the self-hypnosis thing, I was like, I have to go into this trance-like self-hypnosis state in order to achieve this. And as I kept practicing it, the self-hypnosis, and kept practicing, you know, learning how to do the out-of-body thing and certain meditations and floating exercises and imagining yourself floating above the bed. And just, I've been at this for a long time. So, and then, I've had a lot of mushrooms and acid, so, which has had my brain connect to the other side of the brain in ways that I don't think other people understand. And I'm just beginning to understand some of it. So I think because of all of those things, I have been able to learn how to access my subconscious while awake. So, but these people have the ability, but the only way they can do it is sort of through a self-hypnosis kind of deal. So I've got to be in this state in order to do this. For me, years ago, I can understand that because in order for me to feel certain things, I had to go into this little thing, and I wasn't trying to talk in other voices or anything back then. There wasn't anybody there to ask me questions, but I can tell you myself that in my own self-hypnosis and trying to understand myself, because when you do the self-hypnosis, you're asleep and you're awake. So how can you ask a question while you're asleep? That's a good question. So the self-hypnosis taught me how to talk to my subconscious while I was awake. Years of practice, like 40, okay? At least 40 years. Probably more, but I'm being conservative, at least 40 years. So, and there were a bunch of years where I just didn't practice it or didn't care. Just, I just went around, did my stuff, came home, went to sleep, didn't try to do any kind of brain exercises or anything, And then I had my episodes, and then I started really practicing. And then the three ladies showed up at my house and said, get to work. And so I have been busy these last 10 plus years, on purpose. But so these other folks, I can see where they feel like they have to be in a trance. It's that self-hypnosis, that's the only way I can get to my subconscious is by the self-hypnosis. So I've got to lay down, sit down, do with this. And I'm doing the self-hypnosis thing. Now ask me a question. You know, I can see it. I can now, but some of these folks just seemed not real, but the ones that they had in this documentary today flipped me out. And my spirit guides were like, yeah, we woke you up on purpose. We wanted you to hear this. And I was like, son of a gun. How did I turn into a new age channeler? I mean, really, I was nowhere near wanting, expecting this one. But after listening to them and what they've said and how they felt about the universe, that we are all one in the universe, and we are gods and goddesses, but we are more than that. We are energy with the universe. And listening to them, I was like, dude, they are radiating all of the right stuff. They just happen to be in a trance. And now that we've had this conversation and y'all asked me how, I can see, because of my own self hypnosis, I have just explained to myself and to you how they can do this. And how it, if you've never tried self hypnosis, then it would be difficult for you to understand where I'm coming from with this. Not that you can't understand it. It's just that if you've not ever tried self hypnosis, it would be difficult for you to understand it. Try it yourself, go into a self hypnosis state. Guess where you're at? You're going to be in a trance like state. Okay. So whether or not somebody's in a room and can ask you a question or whatever, I've been in situations where people have asked me questions, but I just answered in a normal voice. I love when I explain things to myself. Yep, but I'm grateful. Okay. Yeah, you got to explain things to yourself. I have to go through that myself. I wasn't sure others did that too. Yep, I do it all the time, Chloe. I've been doing it right now, and every time I get on, I'm doing it because that's what I'm here for, is to teach and to show other folks is like, listen, this is how I've learned it. And, so I'm here for that. That is what my purpose is. But at the same time as sitting here and explaining to you how I think these other folks do it, I'm also explaining to myself, you see, I've kind of been a little rude, not knowing fully, what these other folks are going through. I have just assumed that they were, doing tricks and they were performing, in something. And so my spidey senses go up as soon as I see somebody go into a trance. But now I will give them the benefit of the doubt, because as soon as they would go into trance, I'd shut off. I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't pay attention. I just, there they go, into a trance. Oh, there they go. They got to have the thing. Now humor has saved my ass. Oh, humor is lovely. But, and there's a certain person I'm thinking of who channels different people. And every Saturday they do this seminar thing, and I have listened many times, and I don't. Let me put it this way: I wouldn't try, nor would I do what this person does every Saturday, of channeling different entities and different spirits. Not for me. Wouldn't do it. Okay, he does it consistently over the weeks and times and stuff. Not me. All right. On so many levels, not me. And there have been times when, somebody says, oh, well, I had a conversation with Hitler or something. It was like, wait a minute, why would you want to channel Hitler? I'm sorry, And then they say some stuff, and I'm like, I just have trouble believing you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. you know, you and why and the thing and some of the the answers or something, it just so to me so squirrely. I just go, okay, you know, well, don't you believe he just did this thing? Okay, you know, now that I've listened to other things, and it's like, wow, that's very possible, you know, and what was said and how it was said, and that's very possible. I could kind of sort of go along with that, but some other folks and other things, I just shake my head and go. And I think part of it is my own subconscious that's tuned into the quantum all the time. And when I listen to my instincts, when I listen to my subconscious, it gives me the right answers. It just does. So if I got a question for the universe, I'm like, well, I don't know what the hell's going on. Let me ponder this a little while. And then, the pondering, well, is it this? And then the answer go, nah. Well, it could be this over here. And they go, well, then all of a sudden you go, well, and then sort of the real answer slides in. Well, it's sort of this, but it's really this. Oh, 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 you know. So, but anyway, in the quantum of the understanding of things are instantaneous. If there's any kind of lag time or something has to take a long time to like get to something or something like that, then you somehow the quantum is not being used correctly. I can't tell you what's up or why it doesn't work, but if there's any kind of lag time and you think it should be like right now and it ain't, something's slowing it down, right? Whether it's the AI or whether it's the universe is putting a filter on it or something. And so that's just a heads up about that. I think we have multiple levels. Yes, we do. There are very, very multiple levels of stuff. Okay, but when you get comfortable with one level, like for me and how I'm understanding now, that I have been channeling all along, is that it is that connection with your subconscious all the time. What's the trick? Learn how to connect to your subconscious all the time. Get some information about self-hypnosis and try it. Because when you start practicing self-hypnosis, you will also learn how to contact your subconscious while you're awake. All right. I'm sitting here thinking about this, and my folks are going, "Yep, that it's the answer." It really, truly, for me, having practiced this over the years, that this is the answer, and how to learn how to do this. How for you to believe that you can make it, because when you learn how to connect with the subconscious, which is your spirit, remember your subconscious is your spirit always connected to the universe. We're always connected, but when we're awake we can say, well, I'm connected to the universe, and you're aware of it. But as soon as you go to sleep, you're still connected. But you're not aware of it, but your subconscious is, so you are. That there's that paradox and there's that paradigm. Both exist at the same time, but you have to be aware of it. Well, I'm asleep. Well, yeah, but your subconscious ain't. Yeah, but I'm asleep. Yeah, but your subconscious ain't. So there are lots of things to learn on lots of different levels. But the simple answer is your brain is always connected through your subconscious. And in order to attain that quantum reality is to understand how to get to your subconscious while you're awake. I know I'm repeating myself, ain't I? But it's the truth. It's the truth, you know. So, me now being a new age channeler, I can't believe. And that apparently by saying some of these things, I'm now a new ager, which I was trying not to be. I was trying my best not to be a new age prophet of some sort or whatever. But I realized that, oh my God, I am part of a group. I'm not by myself, nor is the information that I've been, you know, trying to pass along and trying to explain to people. And oh my God, I know it sounds, you know how funny it makes me feel, you know, but and my folks are going, but Hawkeye, the reality is, guess what? No shit. You know, so today I've been like, today has been an oh shit day with this subject. That's why I'm still here rattling on about it after 3.5 hours. You know, like, and I've tried my best when um, when what when what you call it was alive. God forbid I'm sitting there. I could try and Brian, I can see you, Brian, buddy. But I was like, oh, who the hell is that guy? Anyway, when Brian and I were talking about this stuff, that we didn't want to perceive ourselves to be some kind of new age kind of guys with this stuff. And he wanted other people to be on the show that, talked about crystals and different things, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. But that we didn't want to seem like a couple of new agers. We didn't want to seem like we were peddling some kind of new age bullshit. Well, guess what? It's not new age bullshit, but apparently, by my talking about the law of one and by talking about certain things, and because I talk with my spirit guide folks, holy crap, I've become a new age channeler. Wow. It was nowhere near on my agenda that, I but the thing is that, you know, being objective with oneself, being objective to learn who we are and to learn what we've learned and to make sure that what we've learned is true. I mean, I know this is a weird circle to go around, but for me, you know, all right, creator, you want me to be a shaman in training. Okay. So what does that mean? Well, I've been learning along the way, right? And so is this part of the training? Well, maybe. Is this a lesson? Well, maybe. Are you paying attention? Yeah, I'm paying attention all the time. Well, then maybe this is a lesson. Okay. So, in looking inward to find out whether or not the answer is correct, being woke up to this morning to that documentary, I was like, oh shit, I have become this. And I have dissed folks who go into trances. Ooh, so that's the reason for this 3 hour and 41 minute conversation. It's my admitting that I could very well have been wrong with some of these folks and probably was wrong, I will admit. And that even though I didn't meet these people or have, what I mean by meet them is I've not heard any of these people in anything that I have listened to over the many years that I've been listening, have not met up with them in any way, so didn't know what they were doing. But to listen to them now, and I just go, wow, interesting. So, what I started out as, what I seem to have ended up as, my apologies to all them folks that I may have dissed in the past. I'm sorry. I really am. I'm like, whoa, I get this. I understand now why you may have to go into a trance. I just now I still do believe there are bullshit artists out there. Okay. It's the carny in me, it's the skeptic in me, and I'm skeptical of my own self, right? That's how I got here. So I'm going to still be skeptical, but I'm going to be more polite about it. I'm going to give some folks the benefit of the doubt and go, wait a minute. Now that they have explained this to me better, maybe I should listen to some of these other channelers, for example, because maybe they're saying I need to listen to some of these for confirmation on some of the stuff that I've been kind of sort of wondering myself. I wonder if I'm right about this. So if I hear it from somebody else, like I heard this morning, I was like, well, there's some confirmation. So don't give up. You got to have faith. And, how I ended up here, if you've been watching my channel, then you know how I got here. And I think most of you know my intent was not to be a new ager, but I ended up here. And to understand at least slightly about the difference, what I just discussed about being in a self hypnotic state in order to get in touch with your subconscious. I get that because I've practiced it. So if you want to get it, practice it. All right. I know I'm repeating myself some more, but I mean it. Practice self hypnosis. It's going to teach you a lot about your own self and about how to talk to your subconscious in a bunch of ways. So, and it'd be good for you, especially if you want to practice some of this new age shit. I can't believe it. New age, here I come. Good God Almighty. I don't know if I can wait another 20 minutes for a real 420. Yeah, I am. For me, Chloe, when I heard those folks in the documentary today, I was like, wow, it was confirmation on a level I did not expect. Okay. Was not expecting any confirmation because I believe what I believe. They've shown me so many things. You need to look into it. Self hypnosis. Oh, please do. Please do. There have been several folks over the years. James Coburn, the actor, was into self hypnosis, and he had got some kind of ailment or something. There was somebody else, an actor, who started playing the gong. I mean, a sure enough gong, and did and was in a self hypnosis type of meditation and to help cure something or whatever. And so that it comes in handy in a lot of different ways. And I'm sure through my self hypnosis, with all that I've gone through this last year, with all the pain and the operations and so forth, it absolutely helped me get through some of the intense pain that I had this year, which not quite 24 yet. But so I can absolutely tell you that the self hypnosis helped because it helped me reach a meditative state that is you gotta be able to to tell that pain to go away, and the only way I could do it was to go in this self hypnotic state to elevate myself above the pain. Trust me, it hurt. a 9-inch scar on my back proves that, there was a lot of pain involved in there. But anyway, so, there are a lot of good things that self-hypnosis can do. Because when you can control the subconscious in ways, and, some of them folks that, snipers and people who sneak up on folks, they have control of their subconscious, and because they have self-hypnotized themselves to be super quiet, to be very aware, and that's a type of self-hypnosis while you're awake. So there are different levels of this too. Yeah, they have to. Absolutely, Chloe. So we got 15 minutes. Maybe I can make it. I'm really starting to fade fast, but it's been, an hour and a half with Robert at 4 hours here. I'll wait for the 4:20 and then I'll say goodnight. But so anyway, you know, um, if you're having any doubts about some of this stuff, because I'm telling you, you know, I have a book upstairs somewhere that's a paperback that is 50 years old, literally, that explains how to do self hypnosis. Okay. So there are lots of information out there. And I would suggest that you read up on it first. Understand that it's basically that you close your eyes and you create a mantra, and I am awake, I'm going to blah. And so once you create that mantra, and once you assure yourself, and once you reach that certain state, you'll be, oh, look at this. Woo, I'm self hypnosis here, you know. And then when you start connecting with your consciousness, which, depending on the person, depending on your level of understanding of this stuff, whether you're scared of it or not, or whether you're really in tune or not, or you're really a novice versus somebody who's, been around a little bit and practiced some stuff and tried meditation, well, then it might be easier for you to do the self hypnosis versus somebody that's just really new, straight out of the box. You know what I mean? It always helps to have a little bit of experience, or at least tried it, or heard about it or something. You know what I mean? So, but that that has to make sense. So, way long time ago, I agreed that this would work. I was in jail. I was, having difficulty, um, you know, tolerating being in jail for a year and doing the things that we were doing, and how extreme it was to work 7 days a week, from 6 in the morning till 7 at night, every single day, and work in the kitchen and all the preparations and everything every single day without a day off. And it really gets harrowing. So I was asking, creator, how do I do this? And this book came through the paperback section with the library that they had at the jail, and it was about self hypnosis and stuff. And I was like, what have I got to lose, right? So the self hypnosis was to help train myself to astral project, which I did. And so I used the sound of where I used to live in here in Georgia, and concentrated on that sound, because when I was falling asleep in Georgia in that old house that burned down, I could hear the hog feeders clicking and bumping in the middle of the night. So I focused on that, and I was back at the house. I was back in South Georgia. I wasn't in prison anymore. And that's one of the things that saved me. I could actually leave the jail, you know? And all I did was sit on the front porch of the house and listen to the hog feeders down the hill in the middle of the night. But that's the sound that saved me, was those hog feeders. And because they'll lift it up with their nose, and when they're done eating and they move back the feeder, well, the metal will drop and make that noise, and it echoes in the middle of the night. But anyway, so but in listening to that and focusing on that focusing on that sound was part of my self hypnosis, you see. So that was my focal point, and trust me, it saved my ass while I was in jail. I made it through, without any. Well, it reconnected. It went through it again. All right, I got 10 minutes. So, in my lifetime of talking about these things and the different, ways that I've done it and so forth, I have proven to myself, whether anybody else believes me, you know, but I have proven to myself that that listening to the hog feeders helped save my sanity and help me to astral project. Well, that 3 days on the river without food and water and having no spirits walking my spirit through the woods was like, what? I made it through that. The times that I had that, I cut myself on the river and I was spurting blood all over the place. I was able to, gain my senses and wrap it up and paddle home, you know. And just the time I got a hook in my finger that it took a day for me to try to figure out that I couldn't do it myself, and I ended up in the emergency room. Just the weird. I had a Rapala get stuck in my eyelid that was dangling down that I had to cut out myself with a pair of pliers. I mean, the things that have happened to me that is just so freaking weird compared to other people who've never had anything weird like this happen to them. I'm sorry that I've had to go through these things, but this has been my life. These things did happen to me, and this is what I learned, you know, okay, to not freak out when you get something in your eye, you know. All right, we got 7 minutes. God, I gotta put a log on the heater because I'm just getting nothing but cold air back here now. The fire went out. But it's about time to go to bed, so I'll put a couple of logs on the fire when I get done talking to y'all. So I'm gonna have an early 420 just so we can get ready and I can start saying my prayer early. With the things that I have described and talked about tonight, this morning, is really important in the grand scheme of things. And like the self hypnosis and stuff. That's really important. If you're on a spiritual journey, it's really important. And just not because I said so, you'll find out. And that's the important thing. I don't mention it to you, but do your research, look around. But, anybody wants any help with it or wants to have conversation about it, some folks know how to reach me. You should let me know and maybe we can set up a session or something. But it's up to you. What do you want out of this? What is your goal? So my goal years ago was to be able to control myself. Why do you use self hypnosis to quit smoking? Well, I'm still smoking. That didn't work. I'm too freaking ornery. No, I got a cigarette right there though that I haven't lit yet. So I'm still at it. And I had only 4 cigarettes yesterday, and I've been trying to stay at 10 cigarettes a day, a half a pack, and I've been down to a quarter pack. So I'm doing better. I'm still smoking. Yes, I know, but I am doing much better. So, how do you want to deal with things? Well, in my sort of self hypnosis state, like right now, I'm telling myself, you really need to quit smoking, Dave. You got your freaking heart's hurting. You've been in the hospital twice for a freaking heart attack. You're on all these medicines. Don't you think you ought to quit smoking? And the rest of me's going, yeah, we're trying. And we are. Me, myself, and I, we're trying. So, but it is through a sense of self hypnosis. I'm going to convince my self conscious while I'm awake, we need to quit smoking, really, Dave. Honestly, Dave. We need to quit smoking, Dave. And that if that repetition in that dream state of we need to quit smoking, Dave, you know, that's part of the self hypnosis. And I'm yakking on because I'm trying to create enough for the 20. Oh, we got 5 minutes. Gonna start early. But in the meantime, honestly, I do continue to pray that each and every day you help me to forget to smoke a lot of times while watching. Yeah, let's get her done. I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe. And by learning how to do self hypnosis and by learning how to communicate more with your own subconscious, to be able to learn how to control that within yourself is an extremely interesting power to have. It really is. And it is a power because it takes your own self conscious awareness, which is the power, to learn how to do this. Ooh, the power. Yes. But what do you use it for? And how do you use it? And should you use it if you have it? A lot of things that pop up with that. Well, why do you want to learn how to do this in the first place? Well, if I got a bad habit, I want to learn how to control it. I want to learn how not to smoke 2 packs a day. Well, you're down to a half a pack a day. Good. Then it's working. you know? I want to learn how you not to be fat anymore. You can teach yourself not to be fat. You can teach yourself to quit drinking. You can teach yourself a bunch of stuff. You can teach yourself how to listen to the universe. You can teach yourself with the self hypnosis and how to access the quantum. Bunch of stuff. Cheers. Yes, it takes practice. Yes, I've been doing some of this stuff for going on 60 years because some of this stuff I started doing when I was 12 and 13 years old, and I'm 71. So when I say I've been doing this for 60 years, I'm not making this up. So, depending on where you are in the sliding scale of things, don't give up. You got a whole lifetime to practice this. And it's a lot of fun along the way, especially if you find some folks like, here we can hang out and whatever. And so you can at least think about this and go, wow, like you said earlier, Chloe, it's nice to know that somebody else thinks about some of this crazy shit. That right there helps. That just helps. There's somebody else out there that's crazy like me. Now, whether or not I accept everything or know anything or want to have tried this or whatever, but at least I'm one of the most crazy son of bitches you'll ever meet, you know. And so, you got a problem with something? Let's have a conversation. You may not be as crazy as you think you are. I just might be crazier than you. you know, I'm not bragging. It just might be fact. you know, I might be crazier than you. you know, that's not a bad little moniker to, like, I may be the craziest person you'll ever meet, and so, not that you want to meet crazy people, but, insanity plus, ooh, let's have another one, and it is all 1 minute away. So you can guarantee that I will continue to pray each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, excuse me, and the many blessings in the universe. That's how sleepy I am. And so I consider it to be very humbling, and thank you for being a friend up and down the road and back again. Uh it Anyway, thank you. Um and thank you for considering some of this crazy stuff. But folks who wish to be on the road, folks who wish to learn these things, I've given you a lot of hints. I've been, you know, pointing in directions, and you can learn a lot of stuff. We gotta keep learning. And see, I still am. Them waking me up today to those documents. Um, it's gonna take me a while to quit freaking out, because this has really freaked me out today. So, yes, I'm still learning, at 71, absolutely. But I'm accepting it, you know? I am accepting the fact that there are still stuff to learn. And that, when you think you got it, there's a whole new wave of stuff that comes in. That I have learned that. I have learned to accept that, you know? If there's one thing you can accept, stuff's gonna come at you. Especially like I say, if you're trying, if you're doing self hypnosis and things, and you're really trying to learn from the universe, if you start opening up your subconscious and stuff, then learning's gonna flood right in. Stuff's gonna hit you, and you're gonna go, "What the hell?" You're gonna ask the creator to slow that shit down. But I had to. About 2 years ago, I was like, TMI, too much information, but too fast. It wasn't the information was really too much. It was too much too quick. It was like, I was like, whoa, calm this universe down here a minute. I got to cogitate on some of this stuff. So it's a 20 still, officially, yeah. And this is about cooked. But it's lasted me 4 hours, so cannot complain. Um, and now I can have my cigarette. But in this grand scheme of things with the universe, I decided years ago basically what I wanted. I wanted to learn those things that were unseen. I wanted the universe to show me what it had. Like, okay, all right, folks, what you got? Not in an arrogant way, but literally, what you got? Show me what you got. And I'm not trying to be mean or big or whatever. No, I mean, literally, what you got out there? What's out there? What's out there flying around? What is there to learn? What y'all got out there, you know? So in that, I learned the self-hypnosis. In that, I practiced astral projection. In that, I have meditated. In that, I have been in the middle of lakes and ponds and isolated places in the woods and on the mountains and places to sit on the mountain and be close to the creator and have meditation sessions and show me. And the universe has. It's given me quite a few things, some of which I was like, did not want to hear, did not want to see. But it was like, well, but here it is. You asked. I did. I did. I asked. I quit asking, by the way, you know. But in a way, I still am adventurous, and it's like now I'm cautious, like, okay, universe, if there's something I need to see, then show me what you got. That's so I'm still the adventurer in that. If there's something I need to learn, y'all, show me what you got. But I'm not interested in y'all just showing me everything. I don't want to know. I really don't. Well, a couple of years ago now it has been, I was like, I don't want to know the future because they showed me in other dreams and things around 2013, things that are still happening from that session. And I would just rather not know what might be over the hill. Now, I have been observing on my own as the patient observer, the uh, uh, patient. Yeah, that's one. But, the I'm not involved, right? So, but I'm keeping an eye on stuff. And so, in keeping an eye on stuff, you start noticing trends. So, I've been noticing trends like Cliff High has using his bots and stuff where he watches things. So, I have seen things on my own and then listen to Cliff and go, whoa, well, we agree on this one. Well, we agree on that one. And since I don't really keep up with Bitcoin and that kind of thing, eh, but I do keep up some with, the Federal Reserve and what they're playing around with. And, so I'm not totally stupid in that area. It's just one of the least areas that I'm interested in. But these other things, so Cliff and some other folks, have um, um, confirmed some of the things that I've been picking up on, and certain trends and so forth. So, before listening to Cliff, I had already noticed this uptick in the UAP, and then I heard about the thing in the Congress and stuff, and I heard about those things on my own and made other things and saw different things and made these conclusions on my own. And then Cliff does a video and discusses some of this, and I went, whoa, do we agree? So even I had found these things on my own with no computer or anything. So, but the trends and so forth, I'm correct. We agree. Like almost entirely, we agree, and that's interesting, for me. So, and this is we are existing in a new type of paradigm. I can guarantee, and it's being proved in different ways from other angles. And other people are seeing it. It ain't just me. It's like the moon is hollow, and people are really going, the moon, we think the moon is hollow. And, there might be people that are living on the other side of it. Really, there are people sort of in the mainstream that are going, have you heard about the moon recently? and the fact that it doesn't really move, it's stationary, and isn't that really odd? And people are going, you know what? Hadn't noticed it, but you're right. The fact that it's in that perfect place and people are scratching their heads, along with the folks with Cliff High and some other folks. Did you just say different paradigm? Yes, I did. It is a different paradigm. And it's a different dimensional thought. So it's almost because it's so weird, it's almost like a different dimension. Yeah, I came to their what conclusions? Something. But so, I'm gonna smoke the cigarette now. And I'm past but just this week or a week half ago. Wait, what? I came to that conclusion too. Okay. So that's good. So, but see, Chloe, you and other people on your own are having certain conclusions. And I might be the guy for you guys to say, you know what? Hawkeye came up with the same thing. He talked about the same thing. And I came up with the same conclusion. And you mean somebody else has come up with this too? Guess what? So we, as members of the League of Like Minded Beings, are coming up with very similar conclusions that are sitting out there in the quantum. We are being in tune to this, like my being in tune with these other channelers that I didn't know that I was really connected to, you know? Boy, howdy, you know, it's very interesting. So, but the thing is, see, like this, them waking me up this morning and listen, it shows how much they're proving it to me through that, how much I and we are actually connected in the quantum. Listening to them and listening to myself and hearing the same words, it was creepy freaky. It was creepy freaky. And I was like, oh my God. I mean, word for word. Oh my God. I knew exactly what they were going to say next, and they said it. And there was another point where I was like mouthing the words, and they said the same thing. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. It was a recording, but I knew exactly. And so my spirit guides were like, see how connected you are, but see how much they're connected? Regardless of the document, the fact that what they were saying, and the fact that I was like in tune with what they were saying, and the fact that, it was the exact same thing that I'd been saying and teaching and trying and understanding on my own, I was like, oh, Jesus. So I am connected to the same quantum that they are connected to. You know what I mean? And so that's what my spirit guides are showing me today. Like, see, you're connected with them folk. I do that too. So I started recording me when watching. Yeah, so proving it to yourself is real important. You gotta know. Like, there are certain things I just know now, you know, and somebody would, why? It's because I understand that I am connected to the quantum all the time while I'm awake. See, have crossed that point. Was talking with somebody the other day, and I said, I have reached this point. I don't understand it. It's like I'm awake and I'm doing the this and the that, and you know, I, I have reached this point, and I've told folks. I said, when I had to have that second operation, when I developed that hematoma, and they had to open me back up and clean me out. There was something about having them doing that. And I said, I said back then, I said, there's something spiritual for the reason why I got to go through this and go back through it. And there's something about this recently thing about being connected all the time. Somehow, the second operation, a week after the first one, and everything that transpired with that is resulting in this. Oh my God, I've been channeling all along. Oh, because that was when I really woke up from there, is when I really started hearing my, all the time. So in this last 9 months, my reception, my interaction with my spirit guides has become very clear all the time. And so, which has surprised me, because after going through 2 of them operations and all, and and then in August I had to go in for the heart and the heart cath and all that kind of stuff, and they had to put me back under, and which really shook me down to my core because of my heart flutter and that incident, which scared the shit out of me, quite frankly. But that I had to go through all of that and be hooked up to all the monitors and the IV and all that kind of stuff and all the tests they did, that, oh my God, so I have recovered after several things, but the recovery for my internal has been a better connection to my external. And waking up today, like they did with me, is absolute, even more proof that I'm connected to my spirit guides. They woke my ass up. You hear me? And there was I think they even chose the program on Tubi. I'm gonna go look for it. But they set me up, you know, and what a lesson it was and still is. And I'm going to find out more. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes that I've been doing this. So, I don't know where you folks are personally, and it's not my business to know, nor do I judge or, uh, well, I try not to judge. Let me say that. There are people who claim certain things, and I'm like, yeah, but have you seen this or have you learned this yet? Well, I'm such and such and such, and they go off on this explanation, and as soon as they go off into this explanation, I automatically know that they don't know what they're talking about. They're making something up to impress me. Don't do that. you know let's have a chat. But have you actually experienced this? And I'm not name calling, but Isby and I had these conversations, and he was like, I want to achieve this and this and that. I said, but Isby, you have to learn how to be calm first. Well, but if I do this and if I take ayahuasca or if I did this other thing, and I'm like, dude, before you do anything like that, mushrooms or otherwise, I'm here to tell you, you're asking advice from a shaman who's been through this stuff. This is what he was saying. You're my shaman, Hawkeye, and teach me what you know. And so I was saying, you need to learn how to be still. Yeah, but I need mushrooms to do it. No, you need to learn how to be still. You can still have mushrooms, but you need to learn how to be still. So, he and I had arguments about this. Well, I have to have the mushrooms first. No, if you can't get the mushrooms, then regardless of whether you have the mushrooms, you still must learn to be still. It's part of the training. But it's like self-hypnosis. You're going to have to learn how to be still in order to in order to do the self-hypnosis. If you're frantic and doing this thing, blah blah blah, you can't do that. So there are things you want to be spiritual and all. Then there are certain rules. I think Chloe said it earlier. There are certain rules you just got to follow, and one of them is you got to learn to be still. Be still, grasshopper. Wax on, wax off. Be still. So yeah, but I want to do, this, and I want to do mushrooms, and I want to expand my mind. Fine, but you learned to need to be still. So that was one thing that Isby and I say had. It really wasn't an argument, but he wanted to jump. There are folks who wanted, there are certain grades you got to go through, and I talked about this months ago where, folks were talking about we're in the fifth dimension. We're going to jump right into the fifth dimension. No, we ain't. We ain't hit the fourth yet. We really need to hit the fourth dimension so you can learn how to get to the fifth. You can't just jump a grade. You just can't, you know. You trying to slide into home. No, you have got to learn things on the fourth dimension to get to the fifth dimension. And there are too many stupid people still squandering around on the third dimension. They don't know what to do on the fourth, let alone the fifth. So, no, the answer is no. I think I lost some people about that time because they were really, and this was one of those things that I thought people were pushing too hard. Oh, we're all going into the fifth dimension and we're all going to do this. We're all going to ascend at the same time. No, you're not. None of us are going to ascend until we die. You don't ascend until you die. Sorry. Okay. Stop using the word ascension. We're all going to transmutate. We're all going to translate. We're all going to, but we're not going to ascend. Sorry. And we're not going into the fifth dimension. Sorry again. Oh, but you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm sure I lost some folks back when I was talking about this. But I said, you got to be honest with yourself. You got to pay attention. You can't skip the fourth dimension. You simply can't. Oh, but we're already in the fourth, and we're playing with the fourth, but we ain't in it yet, because otherwise you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? If you were in the fourth dimension, you would not be making the remarks you are now, because you're trying to prove it. If we were in the fourth dimension, none of us would have to prove that we were in the fourth dimension. We would just know. Oh, but we're in the fourth. No, we're not in the fourth dimension, because they don't know, and I don't know, and you don't. I probably know more than you in that respect. And my respect is we're not in the fourth dimension. That's how I know. What? Well, what do you mean? Because I've been tripping and things and stuff, and I have seen the edges of the fourth dimension. And I'm here to tell you, we ain't in it yet. You're trying to make believe that you know what you're talking about. And that's where I think some of these folks was selling horse shit, or trying to at least, and that we're going into the fifth. So, but anyway, so that's where part of my concern was a months back or a year or two ago or whenever that was, and that there were some of these new agers who were trying to sell BS, and that was one of the things was going and are we learning other dimensions? Yes. Are we trying to go into a higher learning to understand the fourth dimension? Yes. Are we in it yet? No. Are we going straight to the fifth? No. There's just certain things we got to do, you know but some folks just want to argue with the universe on that one, you know. And I'm like, would you just think about, just be practical? You know, do you know what the fourth dimension is like? Can you see orbs and fairies around you all the time? No. Then you ain't in the fourth dimension. You're not even close. Have you seen any ghosts or spirits or anything around you recently? Well, no. Then you're not in the fourth dimension. You don't know what it's like, because when you hit the fourth dimension, then these orbs and things that are around us all the time will be visible. That's how you're going to know. What? Well, but I'm on the edge of the fourth. Oh, shut up. You know. So I didn't listen to them people who kept trying to explain, um, what they thought they were, or how things are going, and they know about all these dimensional shifts and everything. And I'm like, please stop embarrassing yourself, will you? I mean, honestly. I mean, I can understand that you really want to be supportive with other folks. The dimensions are described in several ways by different people. Yep. I'm not sure those people even believe their own. No, I think they do. And that's one of the things that really bothered me back then, is they believed it. And so, but as I was trying to be practical and say, how do you prove that we're in the fourth? Well, because of this and that. No, no. Can you see orbs yet? Well, no. Well, then you're not even close to the fourth dimension, because the fourth dimension will allow us all to see orbs and in a different dimension. We're still seeing things in 3D, right? Yeah. Well, if you're still seeing things in 3D and you don't see orbs or other things in these other dimensions that will just kind of sort of pop out to you, then I'm sorry. That's the answer. Well, I can prove that this, and no, you can't, because you still haven't answered the simple thing. Can you see orbs yet? No. Okay, then then that's the end of the discussion. You learn how to see orbs in real time and not some kind of other thing or whatever, but you see them in real time without any kind of mask or, infrared thingy. You see them on your own, where you're in the fourth dimension, or at least you're getting there. You're learning it. Oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Okie doke. I'm a dumbass. Okay. Doesn't matter to me, but the argument, if you will, I'm trying to point out simple things. How do you know? Here's the answer. Try it out. But you know what? Those folks a year or so ago who were talking all about this fourth dimensional shit, none of it came true. None of it came true. We didn't go into the fifth dimension. There are folks who a year and a half ago who were talking so strong about some of this stuff, about how we were going to go into this year with all this psychic stuff, and it was going to be an explosive year, and we were going to, none of it happened. None of it, none ya. Really, I thought they were just selling the channel. Yep. And some of those folks were supposedly channeling the Palladians. One guy, he was all in touch with the Palladians all the time, and none of his shit came true. This other guy was, channeling the Arcturans or somebody. None of their shit came true. This other lady, she was in touch with, these other folks and the Greys and whoever. None of their shit came true. And I'm sitting here, the information that I have tried to help supply about being spiritual, it's still true. You know, Have we jumped dimensions yet? No. And I've been talking about it for a while now. So that we haven't jumped it, but that we are on the fringes, I do believe it. And this year may be the year. It kind of feels like it, because a lot of people are waking up, and that's going to help us to jump into the next dimensional awareness. You have to be aware of it first, before you can accept it, if you will. But if anybody was right over the last couple of years, it was me, and I'm not trying to be right. I'm just me, you know. But in looking back over it, the simple things I've talked about, we've stuck with. All these other folks have just lied through their teeth. They have told us certain things that never did come true and have yet to come true. So, I'm just saying, hey, let's all calm down and pay attention to what's going on around us. And because some of these folks, whether it's their channel, whether it's their ego, there is something that is pushing these folks to push these angles at us, you know. And I ain't trying to push any particular angle. I'm trying to warn folks, be careful of these other angles these folks are trying to push on us. Like, the fourth dimension is right around the corner. Well, it is to some of us, but I've been practicing for the last 60 years, and I'm still working on it, you know, and I'm not necessarily in any hurry, because we have to learn to be still. You have to learn patience in these things. You want to learn how to, float and meditate and levitate, then you have to learn how to still yourself. You learn how to self hypnosis and how to align your chakras and things and stuff, and get everything that, you have to teach your body to listen to your body. You have to get your brain to talk to your body they have to communicate. They have to, so you can't skip a grade. In order to learn these things, you must learn how to do them. You got to practice them. You just don't take a pill and do them. So there are folks who think that by taking ayahuasca, they're somehow going to learn how to be spiritual. Now, I would say learn how to be spiritual before you take the ayahuasca is to deceive the people who's I missed the last comment. But so I've had enough mushrooms to kill people. Who's we? What group of people? um, but I know a couple of people who've talked to me about this, and I think I should take ayahuasca in order to, it was sort of like Isby, you know, and God bless him. I miss you, buddy, because we were supposed to get together, and then he passed away. But um, and me being older than him, but anyway, he was frail. He really was. When I hugged him, I could just about break his ribs. you know, he was frail. We're still alive and well. Um, but in this understanding of things, that's just it. You got to take two steps back and go, wait a minute, let me look at this, And of all the things I keep learning, they say, don't rush into this, Dave. We got to pay attention to what's going on over here. Who is that, that's standing in the shadows? Well, it could be a shadow monster, or it just could be, some entity that's curious, without any kind of hostility. Okay. But do you need to be scared of both or either or whatever? Well, when you learn to not be scared, and we talked about this before, but in this understanding of your own power. Your own power is that you understand that you're confident that if you need to, you can take care of business. Not that you want to, not that you want confrontation with any kind of entity out there or any kind of person. You know, I've come across some pig mofos in real life that, oh no, don't piss them off. If anything, say, sorry, sir. Can I help you, sir? Yes, sir. No, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, who are you, sir? Well, you know, would you like me to shine you shoes, sir? Here's the dollar. And, I guess it would be for the people. So why are we here? What is our purpose to be here? Our purpose to be here is to live life. My purpose, I was going to say this earlier, sort of mentioned it. Uh, you know, I made my choice many years ago to be a pioneer. I dug my own well. I built my house out of recycled wood. Um, Many of the windows in my house are recycled. That's a shower door right there that's been in the house for the last 40 years, and I got them out of the dump, you know. I got other shower doors I'm fixing to make a porch. I'm gonna finish the porch one of these days. And there's gonna be shower doors for part of the roof and at least one of the windows. Uh, you know, because they're cheap. I've got them and they've worked for years. So, but other folks go, well, so what do you do in life? Well, what was your choice? Well, in that choice, I made the choice to live close to nature. With that choice, I learned to, I decided to be a pioneer, you know, and so many things, a lot of things by hand without a tractor, but with a hand and a shovel and a hoe, and have done tremendous things with what I could find or scrounge or whatever. That's my choice. Other people choose to live in an apartment building somewhere. Okay, but I've got 18 and a half acres of woods and river in the backyard, and that means a lot to me. Now, see, it doesn't mean shit to a lot of other people. They would much rather be comfortable in a house and a thing and a whatever, a 2-car garage. And it's like, okay, like my son's wife. So that's the lifestyle that, I can't accept anything under this, because anything under this status line, then you're an underling. Okay. So it's like, underling, huh? Yep. Not worthy enough. Right. You're one of those underlings where, I am above you because this is my status of life. And if you can't live up to my status of life, then therefore you must be an underling. And see, I can't think that way. I don't think of myself as an underling. I see myself as having made different choices. I can see that, I didn't make $25 an hour for 20 years. I barely made $7.50 an hour for 15 years, and then $12 an hour for 5 years. So no, I do not have the same lifestyle, because I was not paid what you were paid, or what your family members were paid. And that's how you can live the way you live, because you made $25-$30 an hour 20 years ago, when I was making $7 an hour and scraping by and going back to school and having neck surgery and just being a victim of the social order of things. You know, I tried my best. Every job I ever had, I ended up being a supervisor or above other folks. Always learned my job quickly. And I was always, and people got pissed off at me because I could learn things so quick. And I just could, thank you, creator, for that gift. And I made as much money as I could in the job situation that I had, but I still didn't make enough money to compete with folks who were in a managerial situation, because I might have been the chief on the floor, but I wasn't a manager. You know, I wasn't of managerial quality, but I was supervisor on the floor. You know what I mean? So that little bit of almost there, but not quite. So that almost there is like a $20 an hour difference in pay that I did not get. So, but anyway, but people who have been used to or raised in, or that's their standard, then they don't understand those of us who have worked for minimum wage or maybe just a little bit above, and how hard it's been to just survive. And the fact that I built a house out of recycled wood, but that it's paid for, and that my vehicles are paid for, and I don't have any debt whatsoever, except recent hospital bills, but everything else is paid for. Well, other folks my age are still paying on their mortgage. Bad choices, in my opinion. So, but who's to say who's right or wrong? But this is what I've got. This is what I decided to do. This is how I ended up here. And I'm lucky that I did, because, as a pioneer, if things go south, I'm already south. I don't have far to go, because I've been practicing all these years to get by with almost nothing, and to be happy with it, to be satisfied that I have what I have, versus complaining all the time. Well, I didn't, I really wanted a steak this week, but I didn't get one. Well, I didn't go to the store to get it either, but that's my fault. But, or that I don't have a this, or I can't afford a that. Well, tough shit. Have some beans and rice, or, there are things that you can make, or, quit bitching all the time, and be happy for what you got. So in my life, especially in the last 10 years, I've been very grateful what the creator gives me, and what I can save my money for, and what I have learned to buy and process and so forth. And so on my limited income, I'm getting by, and I'm thriving because I refuse to give up. I'm thriving because I have learned to be satisfied with fewer things. I don't have to have everything glimmering and shiny and all these things. It worked out this way, and I had my operations, and I'm hoping to be much better in 2024. I've been walking around better this last week or so, and fingers crossed. I got to do my exercises and walking, but I'll be able to finish my porch out there, and I'll be able to get back to a normal that I was 2 years ago now coming up. So, and have I given up? No. And that's my thing. Don't give up. Even if it takes 2 years, don't give up. You know, I'm still solid in my plan. I still haven't lost. I'm still going to finish that daggum porch out there. Has it been 2 years? Yeah. Has it been 3 years? Yeah. Has it been 4? Yeah. But I have worked on a little as we went along until my operation this year. So fingers crossed, be able to go back to that. So my point is, why that? Because I haven't given up, even though I've been slow at it. And even those situations, I'm not strong enough to mix concrete again yet. And if somebody were to volunteer to come and say, "Hey, you want to mix some concrete?" I'd go, "Sure," you know, but I can't do it myself yet. So, but I haven't given up. I'm bound and determined to do it. So, and as I get stronger, I'm going to get her done. So, but in the grand scheme of life, it would be easy just to say, screw it. I give up on it. No, no, it's just taken me a lot longer than I was hoping. And so, but I have not given up hope, you see. So every time I go outside, there's the porch. The other night when I was sitting out on the porch looking at the moon, that's the porch, you know. And I still haven't given up. Went out and did a live stream from the porch, you know. So if I weren't interested in finishing the porch, I wouldn't have been at, you know what I mean? So I keep using the word porch because got to fix it. We're going to work on it. We're coming back around with that. You know what I mean? So, but in life, for God's sakes, don't give up. Well, I can't get her done in 2 weeks or whatever, and I'll never get her done. And you give up, and then, you know, a month later, something happens, and you go, wow, here's an opportunity to get her done. Well, and it might be, 6 months later, you go, wow, here's an opportunity to get her done. Oh, wow, it's been 5 years. Hey, here's an opportunity to get her done. Well, in that, I can say in 5 years because I was without a lawnmower for almost 10. And so, right at 10 years. So, this year I was praying, God, if I could only get myself a lawnmower that didn't cost too much. And I was trying to buy one through credit. And so, my next door neighbor, God bless you, Ricky, his brother works on lawnmowers for a living. And I said, if you ever come up with a decent lawnmower, so I got this John Deere for $400. And I've had people come up and go, you only paid $400 for that lawnmower? And I'm like, right on. So my point now is that it took me almost 10 years to get another lawnmower. And now that I got my John Deere, so 10 years of waiting and having other people mow my lawn and help me out and all these other things, I can do it by myself. Now, so for after all these years of waiting, my point, patience, I've got this beautiful John Deere tractor that just boom, the tires are worn on a little bit. Who cares? They hold air. That's all I care about. The seat's got a tear in it. Who cares? But and the lights don't work on it. Who cares? But it cranks right up and it mows like hell and it goes across here. I'm tickled to death. And so it's like, but so my dream came true. My manifest finally came through, but it didn't take a year or two or three or four. It took 10. It took 10 years for that to come back around. As much as I was trying, because because everything I have is paid for, my credit is not. So I can't go down and buy something on credit because everything I own is paid for. So they go, Mr. Null, you don't have any credit. I know, but I would like to get some credit. Here's $500 down on a $2,000 tractor. Here's $500. I want to pay for the rest. Well, but you don't have any credit. I know. Everything I have is paid for. I paid for my Isuzu truck 100%. I paid for my Mazda truck from brand new to paid off. My house is paid off. My land is paid off. But that don't count. So it's like, well, hell. So, but to have saved up my money, and then this lawn tractor came available, $400, but it took me 10 years to get there. So I was about to give up. I was like, but one of these days, I'm going to get a deal. I had no idea it was going to take 10 years. But now that I'm here and I've got it and so forth, now I can keep my lawn up, and now I can keep the trails up in the woods, and now I can do these other things. And now I can pull, if I want to work somewhere around the property, I can hook up my little lawn trailer and put stuff on it and haul it around. And instead of trying to pull it behind me, I can get on the a tractor and do it. So after all these years, I've got these things that I have been collecting, like the lawn 4-wheel lawn tractor thingies, trailers, and I can, pull them around and put plants and do some stuff that I want to do, instead of all my energy being spent on dragging stuff somewhere. Now I can just drive there and do the work that I need and drive back. Ooh. So see the paradigm shift. The fact that I now have a lawn tractor, can mow the lawn, but now I can pull my tools around all over the property. And now I can do these other things because of the lawn tractor. So the lawn tractor there are certain tools that you can get that will increase your potential. So my potential just went up greatly because now I can ride to certain places on the property where, in my current condition, it's very difficult for me to pull the lawn tractor, right? But I can ride it over there and get there and dig a hole. Where if I was to pull the lawn tractor across the yard and get there, I'm tired and I don't feel like digging the hole, to plant something or whatever. So, but now I can, but by this paradigm shift, I have other things that's available. So in life, that things come up. It might not be a John Deere tractor for $400, but something might come up that can be that paradigm shift that can help you and say, "What, you know what? That right there can help me do what I need to do better. It's going to increase my potential. I'm going to be a better person for it. I'm going to be a better father, mother, brother, sister, human being, because it's going to help me to increase my potential. If I'm going to learn how to meditate with a tree, and because I've been so stressed out this last year, I'm going to learn how to meditate and be more calm and be more in control of myself and not get stressed out and give the bird the finger on, to people on the highway. And I'm going to slow my road rage down and really, that's a good thing. So now you're thinking about these things, and now you're going to act upon them, because now you're like, man, I've made the decision. I can see where I'm just pissed off all the time, and I don't want to be that way, and I don't want to take any goddamn pills. Okay, so what you going to do about it? Well, if I learn how to do self-hypnosis, I've heard, I can put that thought in my subconscious to not get angry while I'm on the road. I can make that subconscious, and you can, this is truth, but I can work that subconscious and put that note in there. In my subconscious, it's gonna watch out for me while I'm awake. And when somebody tries to cut me off, I'm gonna go, well, son of a gun, you must be in a hurry. Well, before I'd go, you bastard, and shoot him a bird. So instead of shooting a bird, you give this subconscious in your self-hypnosis, I'm going to just comment about how much in a hurry they are. So anytime somebody tries to cut me off or does, you must be in a big hurry. You must be in more of a hurry than me. So you learn how to change your behavior by this mental instead of shooting them a bird, I'm going to say this instead. Hypnotic suggestion. It's in your, guess where? Your subconscious. And when it happens, because you got to be driving, so you must be conscious when you're doing this. So, but when you are triggered, your subconscious kicks in and says, no bird, just be calm about it. And then you learn to do so. There you go. That's what happens. Self-hypnosis and all that good thing. Oh my God, it's almost another 20. And I don't have anything to put in there. And it's officially out. Yep, I'm officially out. Well, I'll just have to pretend. Well, listen, I'm going to let y'all go. And I said 45 minutes ago I was going to let you go. But, there's so many nuances to things. But you can get there. Don't give up. Don't give in. And because I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many honest to goodness blessings in the universe. And so, folks who say it's complicated, it is. And the complication is this: you have to learn how to be still. You have to learn how to be patient. You have to learn how to have faith and confidence in yourself without being cocky. So, I love you. I really got to go, and I mean go. And I will talk to you soon. It's good to see you always, Chloe. Uh, we've gone above and beyond. No, I haven't. Not yet, but thank you. I appreciate it. I hope that people will pay attention to this. I never ask, for folks to share or like the videos. But if you have anybody that's like having some issues, that if you think this video might help, pass it along. And if you would like to have any conversations about this, I just listen to my spirit guides and they give me topics for discussion. So they thought this was a really important one. I'm still going to have to mull some things over. They ain't done with me yet. Let me tell you, they are not done with me yet. So, but I love you, and continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And until next time, cheers, my friend. Be safe, be kind, and I literally will see you next year. So God bless y'all. Adios.